Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
You will bring the jury.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their court.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the table. Dati mihi Anglican po in service Latino. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Is that correct?
That's literally not true.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. It is great to have you here. Happy Monday to you. I'm sorry, it's just been hectic. I'm so excited about today. There's so much incredible stuff going on. This case is amazing. How's my audio? Is it like smoking hot for some reason? Am I deafening you? Hello, hello. Test 1, 2. Good morning, welcome. How was your long weekend? We had the Brian Walshe trial kicking off this morning, and man, is that going to be a wild one. It's a doozy. It has everything in it you ever wanted, and more. And we'll talk about that a little bit. We'll talk about that. But before we do that, we're going to welcome everybody officially. And by doing that, we have to also give out the internet so somebody can take care of this World Wide Web thingy while we work. And today we're going to give that to 80s Music Man, one only. 80s, congratulations. You were first in chat very, very early, or late yesterday. First in chat. 80s has been busy cleaning up the show for a long time. Also, a true OG on the channel. 80s, thank you very much. Congratulations, the internet is all yours. And we couldn't gift it to a better person. There we go. Now I'm even in focus about it. All right. Congratulations, 80s. Good job. We do have a birthday to celebrate as well. We're going to do that, and then we're going to kick off our fun discussion about what is about to happen in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Whew, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. Let's see. One birthday. The birthday is for Denisha Brittle's brother, Doug. Doug, we're so glad you had a birthday today. We've sung happy birthday to somebody every single day for about 2 years, I think, roughly, maybe a little less. But you were the only one today, and because of that, we are going to go ahead and celebrate for you alone. But the song is the same. Everyone stand up, take your breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with a neighbor, warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. We're going to sing happy birthday to Doug, and then we're going to kick off this trial watch. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Doug. Happy birthday to you. Denisha Brittle, you've got a great brother, or I should say, Doug, you've got a great sister. Happy birthday to Denisha Brittle. What was the buffer? Good idea. Count Proctor drops in this trial. Doug, happy birthday. I realize that there are many wonderful days. Today is your special day. And there are a million places you could be and a million people you could have celebrated with. But you're here with us. The privilege, pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours, hopefully. Hopefully we can return some of that joy back to you. Make your day just a little bit more specialer. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's House, Andy's Grill, Bob Evans, and Cracker Barrel. There you go. Yeah, Red Pen threw that buffer in there, in the middle. I thought, oh no, we got another birthday. Doug, happy birthday! Now you get a lot of you get a lot of pancakes because it's just you, and you get a lot of people dancing and clapping and singing and shaking it. I hope you're doing the same. Josh says, Red Pen, don't use the buffer during the birthday song. It freaks me out. It does. But it's okay. That's what it's there for. Doug, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Hope you had a great, fantastic Thanksgiving, everybody. No food poisoning. If you didn't get food poisoning, raise your hand. we don't want to point any fingers at anybody. So if you didn't, we'll just celebrate that instead of drawing attention to anybody who might have undercooked the bird a little bit this last week. There you go. Yeah, oven mitt is more acceptable for that question. Thank you, Red Pen. Drum solo for the finish. I think we're there. Is this it? Beautiful. Thank you. Did you forget to flip the bird? Oh, I've never flipped the bird. I didn't know that was a thing. I will tell you, the top part of my turkey was well cooked. The bottom part, I was thinking, using the handy-dandy meat thermometer, one of you was so nice to send to me. The bottom part of the bird, it got to 167 degrees. And so I fed it to my cat. The bottom part, just the bottom. But the top part, like the breast meat and everything, it was like 195. It was maybe almost 200. So I figured that was good. So I just wasn't. 165 internal temperature should have been good on the bottom. We cooked at the right time, did everything right, but it just didn't. Yeah, 167. I'm like, what if there's a part that's a little cooler? 2 degrees cooler. But same with our turkey. Next time we're going to turn it upside down. Is that a thing? Why does the cat get all the bad stuff? It didn't complain. As a matter of fact, it purred a lot and rubbed up against my leg, which I think is a good sign for those of you that know cat talk. All right, a couple people to celebrate this morning. Jennifer Juniper, member for 22 months. Yay, I'm so thankful for y'all. Jennifer, thank you very much. OG. We also have member for 4 months. Samantha Terry. Oh, we know longer than that. Samantha OG as well. Thank you for my membership gift. One of our great mods. Thank you. Chris Wallace, member for 29 months. Another OG. We've got 3 in a row there. Katie Bug, also 13 months. New trial today. Whoop, whoop. Yep, super excited about that as well. Selena K, I actually went hiking on Thanksgiving. Oh, okay, this is a big thing, Selena. That is awesome to share with your knee replacement. You're basically part cyborg now. I think you're basically like you're slowly turning into the Terminator. I went hiking on Thanksgiving Day. It was a huge day for me. I actually went hiking on Thanksgiving Day. It was a huge day. It was. I bet you actually went hiking on Thanksgiving Day too. I don't know why I put it in there twice, but it's huge enough that it's worth celebrating and saying twice. So big time celebration for you there. I love that you're able to get out and get about again. Love for that for you. Miss McGuire, happy December. Oh my goodness, we are in a new month, which means Christmas is coming. You've got like 3 weeks. 3 weeks, basically, to get everything done. Thankfully for Mrs. R.A., I think we're done. Although I haven't decorated. I haven't put up my Christmas decorations. So we have to do that. Miss McGuire, OG as well. Happy December to you. Camilla Juliana, member for 14 months. My son ate all the Thanksgiving leftovers overnight. We had to cook the next day. Oh, no. I've never had to cook the day after Thanksgiving. Because we usually have so many leftovers. Although Mrs. R.A. Only saved some of my epic mashed potatoes, which included just a touch of pepper flakes from the Flat Iron Pepper Company. I think it's Flat Iron. I forget what it's called. It was so good, so good. I probably good that she didn't save them all. Kenda Ducote, so ready for this trial. 25 months on the jury. Thank you very much. Let's see. Emmy L. Kenda. OG. Sorry, I missed that. Let's see. Emmy L. 17, member for 4 months. Been here since the beginning, which makes you an OG. But love my 4 months of membership. Here's to many more. Thank you, wonderful, for your wonderful support. Connie Hegner. I'm sorry, my eyes are still waking up. True confession. You ready for this? I was set to go live at 8:25. I woke up at 8:21. I'm so sorry. I was sleeping beautifully. It was wonderful. So I was a little bit late this morning. Connie Hegner, member for 27 months, makes you an OG. Love this channel. You definitely are. Thank you so much for your support. Meg Osborne, yo, 28. Love y'all. Another OG, another on the jury. That OG was sort of weak. I'm running out of steam on these. Evangeline Light, member for 31 months. So glad Recovery Addict visited another site. So glad Recovery Addict visited another site. It was recommended by host. Opened up my whole trial site and found each of you. Thank you so much. OG as well. Tower Hill Girl. Oh my goodness. OG, 32 months. Best community ever. Kelly, also an OG. I'm running out of steam. Thank you, Ari, for everything you do. Love our community. Thank you very much, Kelly. I love that you're here. Posty7, member for 35 months. I know I'm an OG. Save your voice. Says Posty7. Thank you, OG. OG Posty7. DSN, member for 33 months. DSN, you two are an OG. Posty, you are as well. That should count for something. I appreciate that. All right. Man, what a day, what a day, what a day. I've got to get a couple things in place, but do you guys know what we're in store for? DMB second is new trial time. This one should be interesting. Tell me about it. This one is going to be absolutely nuts. We can talk about some of the details we expect to hear in this trial, and we will before things kick off this morning. We've got some time to do that. New trial time. This one should be interesting. OG. Thank you for that. DSN gifted 5 memberships to get a couple more people in the OG category. Let's see. Let me jump back to chat here really quickly. MN. So Minnesota Migraine Mom. There, I got it. First try. Woohoo! Made it over a year, but been here since Cavalcante. Love it. Those were good days. I think that makes you an OG. Wasn't that 20 months ago? At least. Looking at how Little Bay says, look at all these long members. Wow, how congratulations to you all, and thank you. We have such amazing support. You guys are incredible. I can't wait. Are they still in jury selection? No, jury selection is done. We have opening statements this morning. We have 16 jurors who have been picked for alternates. We are back up in the land of ceiling fans, as they say. Let's see. No, Anna, it won't let you post video links in here, but you can do it over on Facebook, I think. Let's see. The land of OnlyFans. I was going to say that. I was going to say the land of OnlyFans, but no. They're not a sponsor. Is basically what that boils down to. Not a sponsor, so it's going to be ceiling fans for now. Let's see. Let me get. Hold, please. Okay. I just cannot see a dang thing. Oh, okay. Show me that. Okay, bingo. All right, we've got everything in order. Let's see, Clenny was supposed to start today, delayed. Courtney Clenny, that is the OnlyFans trial. That one's going to be spicy in ways that I don't think YouTube will like. It's going to be a crazy trial. Lena H, time flies when you are on the best channel. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's see, can we get the OnlyFan in here? There we go. We got our fan. The fan is here, and it's for real. We love it. Time flies when you're on the best channel. Thanks, RA, from Mods, for another great year. OG, Lena. Lena H, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Did I miss anybody? I think we got everybody so far. Our fan is back. It's back. We feel like we're back home, right? Home again. Selena K gifted a membership as well. Late says sent buddy. I blame YouTube's for slow notifications. The fan is spinning the wrong direction for the cold Boston winter. I don't know. Is it pulling the heat up or pushing the heat down? Might have to slow it down, watch it on replay. All right. Speaking of which, let's get everything set. I'm missing a mouse. Have you guys seen one of the mice on my, like the actual mice, not computer mice, not anything else? I'm hearing left audio only.
I can turn them.
Hot mic. Let me fix this so you get stereo, shall we?
Oh, you can go. Oh, it doesn't want you to forget. No.
Okay.
So that's all. So we're back. So let's just go into YouTube itself. Where am I going?
You're going over there. All right. Let's see. How was your shopping, guys? How do you guys do on Black Friday? And I guess Cyber Monday is happening right now. If anybody wants a hot advice, I'll give you some advice. Just ask, give me the age and the gender of the person and their interests, and I'll respond with something that I like. I can't guarantee they'll like it, so that's the best I can do. But I'll give out your Christmas. Whoa, that got my attention. Who did that? I knew that was coming. That was Greeners. Good job, Greeners. Yes, basically, I'm going to recommend everyone gets cables for Christmas. So, probably not the best gift advice available to you here, but I will definitely give you gift advice. A Dallas-born, Boston-bred member for 33 months. I apologize in advance for any mass-holy nonsense during this trial.
I was told counsel wanted to see me at sidebar.
Ah, yes, sidebar, please. This is a nice fan. It's nice. I feel cool. It feels like this is an upgraded fan, like possibly.
Shame on you, sir.
Like a better fan than the last one. The last one was a little older. Gonna cyber shop and listen. Wonderful.
I'm not a cat.
Definitely not good advice to get cables for my 6-month-old. Okay, Abby.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
You're right. You're right. I will think of something for your 6-month-old that is tech related. That is, well, not age appropriate. At least won't be dangerous. Let's try that. Okay, give me a second. I know there's something out there. Miss Chris, happy December. 30 months. Happy December to you as well. Can't believe we're already at the end of 2025. Corey Richards is about to start
I'm trying to have
in a month or so.
Raise your voice again.
Assuming it doesn't get pushed out again. Let's see, 6-month-old. Great tech for a 6-month-old. Yes, I've got it. It's a Stream Deck. Get them a Stream Deck. Either the original, the mini, or the XL. Doesn't matter. The buttons are practically indestructible. It's one of these things, by the way. It's this thing with all the buttons right here on my desk that you can push and.
You don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
It does come with a USB cable. I take that back. Don't get them a Stream Deck. I'll think of something. Maybe a fan. What kid doesn't like playing with a fan? Because then they can like blow their mouth open with like a leaf blower, like that. They could do that. That would be fun. I don't know. Kids don't like. I've had kids. I just don't remember what they were like because they're older. I've got terrible Santa advice. All right. Okay. Let's talk about how wild this case is going to be just for a minute, shall we? Brian Walshe, charged in the disappearance and presumed death of his wife, disappeared on New Year's Day in 2023. They had 3 young kids at the time. What's crazy about this is basically the state is going to come out in their opening statement and say that at the time that he was wearing an ankle monitor, literally Brian Walshe, under federal monitoring because of his Andy Warhol art fraud case. Because while that was going on, he managed to successfully commit a murder and dispose of the body. And the police weren't able to find it. he was literally asking for permission to go places and getting rid of the body at the same time. And so, it's nuts. It's nuts. And this case has everything. Oh, look, there's his mom. This case has everything you could possibly want in a trial. Oh my goodness. The Google searches are just going to blow your mind. These are like dumbest criminal type Google searches. How to get rid of a body style. Just terrible Google searches. The shopping receipts are just like, he went straight to the murder aisle. He didn't even get any cover items, right? He didn't get a couple fruits and veggies or something just to, throw it off and look like, oh yeah, I just need the garbage bags, the Tyvek suit, the hacksaw. Let's see, can I get some hydrogen peroxide? All 17 bottles. I'll clean out the store. Yeah, that's good. He only got things from the murder aisle. This is nuts. We've got an affair, allegedly. We've got some marital discord. We've got a private investigator who was hired by her right there in the center screen, his mom.
In front of the Walmart.
It's Diana, right? And Diana Walshe, and she hired him after consulting a psychic. This is nuts. Selena, I'm going to go to Corey Richard's trial. That would be awesome, Selena. That would be absolutely awesome. Was it the Walmart murder aisle? No, I have not yet confirmed that Walmart is going to appear in this trial. It could. There's a lot of things in here. We have Proctor. Okay, I buried the lead with that one. But yes, we have Michael Proctor, who the defense says they're going to call. The state has over 100 witnesses. Defense has maybe 8, of which Proctor is in bold on the list. Not that he's, got some great information that's going to help the defense out, but it sure will look bad to have him up on the stand and drag him through the mud again. And Buchanan, we have Yuri. Yes. Oh my goodness. I think there's a CVS. I'm not sure if it's Walgreens. I think it was CVS where he got the 17 bottles of hydrogen peroxide. Who forgets Proctor? Well, some people have tried. Hacksaw, bone fragments, Tyvek suit, bleach, garbage bags. Oh my goodness. There's a babysitter wrapped up in this a little bit that you're like, and how did she not know? Or the timeline is just going to blow your mind. There is so much. And the searches, a missing phone and then a found phone and Brian's, all the searches done on his son's iPad. That'll hide it. No one will know I do it from this other device next to me. Oh, I forgot it's crazy. A little bit. This is a nuts case. This is absolutely wild. Wrapped up babysitter's not the right phrase. Yeah, I phrased it poorly. Let's see. Home Depot and Lowe's have cameos. Yes, they also have cameras. We might get cameras and cameos from them. Not a sponsor. Lowe's is like, let's not run the Brian Walshe ad this season, please. We realize he's a big supporter of our of our business, but let's not run the ad. That was probably a miss on the ad department. For all your home improvement needs. Let's see. Is she posing for the camera? She is very aware of the cameras. Very, very aware. Sheepiness, nice to see you again. Been a long time. Welcome back. Love the cat picture. My cat was quite happy over the weekend because I fed it turkey. Not that it was undercooked. I don't think it was undercooked. I think it was all safe, but I just wasn't convinced that it was good enough for my family. So we ate the top of the bird and the cat ate the bottom. So it's fat and happy. I look awful pale today. It's because I just woke up, Barb. I apologize, but my camera is also a little bit... this light's a little bit hotter than it should be, which washes me out. So I'll have to adjust that. She sits like that the whole time. Yes, that's just her demeanor. That's how it looks. I'm not sure if we're going to get started on time, by the way, because it's 9:01 and we haven't got started yet. But Mom has money, by the way. We've got a life insurance policy. You got to remember that. Life insurance policy with the sole beneficiary being the defendant. We have that. We have a alleged kidnapper letter as a red herring in this trial. How long in the trial? 4 to 6 weeks, basically, or 2 to 4 weeks, I think. Sorry, 2 to 4 weeks. Let's see. Trying to remember some of the things he purchased. Scented candles, a whole bunch of buckets, area rugs, 17 bottles of hydrogen peroxide, hacksaw. How's this for a Google search? Hacksaw, best tool for dismembering. How's that? How'd you like that on your Google history when you're charged with murder? Yeah, not good. Blood in the basement, rugs, Tyvek. Oh, Tyvek, not a sponsor, although they make a great. You know, if you ever watch Dexter, I guess he uses the Tyvek suit as well. We got them for our Halloween display this year, and they're good things. They're amazing. I was a painter. I ran a painting business, and heaven knows I've done a lot of home improvement where I probably should have worn Tyvek suit with insulation and everything else. Never got one until Halloween. Man, they're nice. They're pretty cool. So might have to get some more Tyvek suits, but not for what you think. Let's see. Wait, that was the actual search. Yes, Sarah, and that's not the worst one. Stop. Let me see if I can pull up a list here really quickly of some of the searches that we expect to hear about in this case. Bum, bum, bum. Let's see. I think it's up here. All right, here we go. How long before a body starts to smell? Hacksaw, best tool to dismember. 10 ways to dispose of a body if you really need to. I'm sorry, this is terrible. Thinking about the victim here, but this is terrible. Can he be charged with murder without a body? Just Google these for me and just tell me what happens. How to stop a body from decomposing. How long does it take for a dead body to smell? How to embalm a body. How long does it take to embalm a body? How to dispose of a human body. How to dissolve a human body. Limb saw, best for dismembering. How to get rid of a dead body. How to make a body smell good. Can baking soda make a body smell good? What does formaldehyde smell like? How to get blood out of hardwood floors. How to clean blood from wooden floor. What is the rate of decomposition of a body found in a plastic bag compared to on a surface in the woods? How long for someone to be missing to inherit? Can you throw away body parts? These searches, these are in quotes. These are Brian Walsh's searches, all done, verdict form please, all done from his son's iPad, okay? From his son's iPad. As if the kid was like, I just got curious. No, it's not related to the fact. It's a grim Dr. Seuss book. I thought this was a joke. These are real. Just wait. Just wait for the opening. It's going to blow your mind. We've only scratched the surface. There's so much more. The son just turned like 5. Yeah, he could barely use the iPad. He was watching Dora the Explorer on it or something, or 6. Yeah, he was not Googling murder stuff. Let's see. Where's my phone going nuts? All right. All right. As we wait for, I don't know why we're late this morning. It worries me. Because with evidence as strong as this is, did he try to say it was the son's science project? I don't remember if he did that or not. With evidence as strong as it is, allegedly, you'd think he would plea, but I don't think he can without just pleading to the full charge. Oh, there he is. Here's Brian Walshe being walked in as we speak. Goes with the blue suit, bold option. Seated with his lawyers. He's got the fancy orange jail transport or the red jail transport cuffs on. They'll take those off him for the trial. Okay, so the leg irons are off. The handcuffs are coming off. We're about ready for a hear ye, hear ye. Judge is ready, so it's just him.
Please be seated. Let's now session. Turn off your cell phones, please.
Your Honor, in the matter of the Commonwealth versus Brian Walsh, Norfolk Superior Court, criminal indictment number 2023-0091. The matter is called for trial. Defendants present in court with his attorney Larry Tipton and Kelly Porges. Commonwealth is represented by ADA Greg Connor, Ann Yaz, and Tracy Cusick. Counsel, starting with the Commonwealth, kindly identify yourselves for the court and the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Brian Walsh.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walsh.
Welcome, everyone. Please be seated. Let me start by a few things that I had on my radar for this morning and then a few things that you put on my radar last night. Wrapping up our statistics with regard to our impanelment, I just want to put on the record, on the last day of jury impanelment, we saw 45 jurors. 30 of those answered yes to question 5, 2 were seated. 1 person answered yes to question 8, 0 people were seated. And I think if my math is accurate, and I'm sure one of you will correct me if I'm not, at the end of the impanelment, the Commonwealth exercised 4 peremptories, the defense exercised 8 peremptories.
Wow. Commonwealth likes the jury, defense not as much.
There are a few motions that have been circulating in the last few hours,
behind her are
and I want to first address with the parties.
Last minute motions before trial kicks off.
It doesn't have a paper number, but has a title of defendant's motion in limine to exclude the evidence of the hole in the ceiling at the Walsh residence and the remainder of that, to which the Commonwealth opposed. Do either party wish to be heard on that?
How big is
in
the
oral
hole?
argument?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, with respect to the ceiling, I'd rest on the papers. However, with the Richard Walker email, through an investigation, nothing ties this email ruse to Mr. Walsh. We have indicated that we have no intention on crossing on this, on making this an issue in the case. So it really is just a red herring that could be potentially inflammatory. It has no relevance. As the court knows, he pled to misleading, and this is not consciousness of guilt. This doesn't go to malice because nothing is tied to him. So I don't think it should be submitted to the jury.
That was the kidnapping
Thank
email.
you.
We have Anna Walsh.
Your Honor, the email was being put in to show the thoroughness of the investigation. The police received it as one of the many tips, and they actually asked the defendant about the name in one of the interviews. And so that is why the Commonwealth was seeking to enter the email, so it would show why the police were asking about this particular name.
Since
the motion is denied, the evidence will be admitted.
It's coming in.
It is relevant to the issues, even with regard to the issue of Richard Walker. The Commonwealth gets to prove its case and prove that it was thorough. In its case, I'll permit it.
Very expensive lawyers.
There's another motion that you raised by email to Madam Clerk yesterday or last night.
I said we count sirens. You've missed them, haven't you?
With regard to the emails of Mr. Fasto. And I asked this morning, Madam Clerk, to ask you, what paper are you talking about? Because I know it was a long break, but I don't remember reviewing Mr. Fasto's emails since the time I reviewed them in connection with the grand jury. And that was in connection with the summer motions that we had.
It won't be sirens.
Back.
Think of another name
Oh, it's
for
paper
it.
number 200. It's not paper number 200. Paper number 200 has to do with defendant's own text messages. So as a preliminary matter, we can handle it down the line unless somebody feels that they are going to have a problem with that in terms of your opening statements. You know what I mean?
Oh, I feel you,
All
Judge.
So is there a problem with that, not resolving that for the Commonwealth?
I was going to reference a image that was sent to Mr. Fastow in my opening.
Is that the photo of Anna Walsh and her son?
Yes. And the basis for that, Your Honor, is that Mr. Mutlu acknowledges in an interview that it was sent to Mr. Fastow that evening. And so that was where the good faith basis was to mention it. So I was intending to mention it. Also, the defendant acknowledged a text of that photo in one of the interviews.
All right. Is there a problem with that aspect of it?
So Mr. Mutlu saying that someone told him that this photo was sent is hearsay.
No, Mr.
However,
Mutlu sent the photo to Mr.
No. What they're saying is that Anna Walsh sent the photo to Mr. Fastow in this series of text exchanges. So it's contained in the text messages that we're objecting to.
All right. What paper number is it?
Your Honor, this was the government's motion in lim to admit text messages.
That's of the defendant. That's a different issue entirely.
I don't know, Your Honor. They had moved to admit text messages. I don't know the paper number. It's just the...
It's the defendant's text messages that they moved to admit.
No, there were text messages.
It's getting spicy.
There's also, maybe it's the nature of the relationship. Is it that one you're thinking of, Ms. Cusick?
Somebody give me a paper number so I can get on the same page with you.
Your Honor, it's paper 200 is the Commonwealth's motion to admit text messages. The last paragraph deals with Mr. Fastow and the victim's text messages.
To which I wrote, in my effort to be ever transparent, this is going back to motion in limine number 13, paper number 197.
Is that correct? Let's go back to the other one. The math isn't mathing, says the judge. She'll get to the bottom of this. If she's wrong, she'll admit it. Okay, we've got the wee-woo counter. I'm just building it right now.
That's not right.
Your Honor, I believe I have it as paper number 199, which is Commonwealth's motion to eliminate 13.
Here's what I'm going to suggest. The Commonwealth, I assume, intends to offer, or this testimony would be offered through Mr. Fastow. When is he testifying?
This week, Your Honor, I think maybe Thursday.
All right, then we deal with it later on down the line. And,
On my own.
all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, the other motion that was filed, same question. And that has to do with the Commonwealth's motion to eliminate to exclude the defendant from making any reference of his plea of guilty to the disinterment and to the lying to the police. Is that impacted by anyone's, is that going to, not ruling on that, is that going to impact anyone's opening?
It will not affect the Commonwealth's opening. We're looking to avoid it.
It will not.
It will not?
It will not for opening, no.
All right, so I just want to be as transparent and as clear as I can be on the record.
Okay.
So I have not ruled on that, which means failing to rule it at this point, which I'm happy to rule on it. I don't think the law is going to get any clearer because there is no law on this. But that means that's going to put limitations on the defense in terms of what you can open on, right?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
All right. I just want to make sure that we're
ready, Judge.
Speaking the same language.
Judge, just so there's no surprise, there is a statement in my opening that said he lied to police. That doesn't trigger this issue.
He can say that. He can.
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize.
Well, to the extent that you need to hear it out of my mouth, he can say that.
Do you like a snark counter?
I misled the police. You can say I lied to the police. All right. Are there any more preliminary matters? We have 16 jurors in the House. My intention with regard to them is to inquire of them first thing now, after I greet them, and
they've seen any news.
Ensure myself by asking them 3 questions that I go through. It's actually 4 in this case because I added the social media, no news media. I'll presume for the sake of argument right now that all of them are going to have been obedient to that. If they aren't, of course, we'll deal with it and we'll address it. And we'll go from there. If we get, we still have 16 in the box, we'll swear them in. And then we'll be off and running. Any questions about that?
No.
Judge, sounds like a plan.
Come up.
Your Honor, no question about that. There are some housekeeping matters. Counsel wished to have 4 witnesses recognized. I have them here. And in addition, we had a series of stipulations that we wanted to present to the court.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you.
Go on.
And forgive me because I was focusing on the Richard Walker email. I didn't hear your judgment on the hole in the ceiling.
On the what?
The hole in the ceiling.
The entirety of that motion is denied.
Okay. So with that, I could have the officers that counsel wishes to recognize be brought in, and we could have them recognized right now.
Yeah.
We'd like to recognize a couple witnesses, 4 officers.
I'd like to bring up one issue.
Before this?
It doesn't matter. I'll wait till they're recognized and I'll bring it up.
This is going to be so good.
All right. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Just identify yourself for the record. Good morning.
Yuri.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So you're all in here because the defense wants you to be recognized, which means that you're under court order. You need to make yourself available for this trial whenever you're told, and the lawyers will be back in contact with you when you are actually needed as the case goes along. Do you understand? Yes, sir. And you agree to come back? Yes, sir. All right. Thank you very much.
You know it's getting good. Yuri's the one in blue. Who's the one closest to the camera? Yuri Buchanan.
Your Honor, I'm handing up to the clerk 3 series of stipulations. One is concerning the Richard Walker email. Now that it's going to be admissible, we believe that stipulation could be read to the jury. There is also a stipulation concerning the chain of custody of the known DNA samples, which would negate the need to call certain witnesses from the FBI. And then finally, there's stipulations. This third one does not need to be read to the jury, but it's just for the record and can be marked as for ID concerning financial records. And so we were going to have that. And then also, I believe we have a stipulation concerning the federal conviction and federal charges.
All right. So I'll have these all marked for identification at this point. I don't usually send stipulations to the jury. I just consider it like any other evidence, and by sending it in as a special something, it seems to me to improperly highlight that evidence. They've got to remember what the stipulations are. That said, if they ask me back what the stipulations were, I typically answer that question. Yes, but I don't send them in. So I'll have them marked individually for identification. Where are we right now with regard to that?
D will be on next slide.
All right, D for dog is the stipulation regarding Richard Walker. E will be the stipulation regarding the DNA samples of Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh. F will be the stipulation regarding authentication of records. And G will be the stipulation regarding the federal prosecution of the defendant. And when we get to the point in the case that you wish me to read those stipulations, just cue me by ID number that this is the time you want them to be read.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right?
That's it for the Commonwealth for housekeeping.
All right. Attorney Tipton.
First, the preliminary instructions, we're asking that no consciousness of guilt preliminary instruction be given.
I don't have one in there. Okay. All I have is the elements of first-degree murder by premeditation and the normal, beyond a reasonable doubt, and presumption of innocence, all that stuff.
Okay.
But there's nothing about COG in there.
Okay. And secondly, our understanding was that sentencing was going to occur today. Are we wrong about that?
I don't know that we set the day to take place, but I also don't think it's going to have bearing on the ruling on that other motion if you're concerned about that.
She's talking a
I
little
guess
bit cryptically.
the next question is, does the court know when sentencing would be scheduled?
Well, we can talk about it. Nobody was pressing the issue, but now maybe that's changed. I think when we took the plea last Tuesday, or maybe it was the Tuesday before, right? We had talked about giving the Commonwealth sufficient time to get a victim impact statement in. I haven't seen that. At some point, it sort of felt to me like maybe we just do it all together. If there's a conviction at the end, if not, I'll just sentence him on the other two charges. But I don't have any, firm beliefs about whether it needs to be done before or after. So if either party wants me to do it sooner rather than later, put the other side on notice that the victim impact statements need to be to me by a certain date so that I consider them. And if there's anything beyond in writing that the defense wants me to consider, I'm happy to consider that too. So
we'll talk to the Commonwealth.
All right, sounds good.
I think we're ready, Judge. Is there anything else? Can we bring the jury? So yes, Brian Walshe pled guilty to 2 of the 3 charges he was indicted for. The first one was improper disposal of a body, and the second was lying to police. So he's only facing 1 charge here, and that's the murder one. He could be facing 13 to 23 years, depending on how the sentencing goes. And it could be an aggravator because of it would be 3 convictions in the same class, and it could add an extra 10 years. But there we go. The jury's waiting in the wings, ready to come in.
Singular.
Brian's mom has money, is my understanding, and that might be funding the lawyer expense. Brian's mom has been on his side, and she'll be coming. I believe she'll be called as a witness. She's definitely been discussed pre-trial. No, they're not going to bring up the plea deal, they said. They'll keep that part quiet. They had 3 kids. 3, they're still young. He was on house arrest on federal charges when he committed this crime, which is just, it blows my mind. You can dispose of a body and with an ankle monitor and get away with it to some extent. His dad left him nothing. They were estranged for many years, and his dad basically said goodbye and good luck and good riddance, all in the same thing in the will. Nothing for him. Brian contested the will, or tried to. We know that after his dad died, he sold off a bunch of stuff that had belonged to his dad, and nearly sold off the property, but was prevented at the last minute from doing that. What does that say about house arrest? It's pretty cushy if you can still commit murder. Apparently, it's very foggy in the court. There we go. Thank you. Fix the fog. Love the judge. I'm torn between the wee-woo counter and the Judge Snark, because I think she's got a couple. You have to watch for it, but she's got a great attitude that injects a little bit of. Let's count Judge Snark, and by Snark I'm not meaning that she's like mean and vindictive and criticizing, but just like she was like, really, come on, you guys, get with it. Anything like that, anywhere where she's.
Hear. All persons having any due for the Honorable Justice Diane Frenier, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. I was at the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this honorable court. Please be seated. Please turn off your cell phones.
Convenient car horn.
Good morning, jurors. Good morning. It's nice to see you all as a group for the first time. But jurors, I hope you all had a nice holiday break, and we're here to start the trial today. Before we go take any steps to further the trial, I want to go over with you and ask you each individually, as a group, but you're going to answer individually, whether you were able to comply with my orders that I placed on you when you were impaneled. And so the way I do it is I'm going to ask you the question. There's 4 questions. And then I'm going to ask you to answer once verbally, yes or no. And then nod your head yes or no until you and I make eye contact. And I will scan first from the left rear to the right and front left to the right. And keep on nodding until you really know that I connected. Sometimes
we should have a whole jury box full of bobbleheads by the time we're done.
Pause.
They're all going to be
Sounds
just
more
like...
complicated than this. It's really quite simple. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case?
Wow. All this so we don't hear the jurors' voices.
Were you able to comply with my order that you not go on social media or access any news media? And you all still have open minds?
4 questions. Do you still have open minds? Interesting.
With those 4 questions all answered in the affirmative by each juror, we're ready to begin today's work.
Would you like the jurors sworn, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Members of the jury, if you could please stand and raise your right hands for me. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issue between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the law and the evidence, so help you God? Thank you all. You may be seated.
Here we go.
Members of the jury, hearken to the indictments returned by a Norfolk County grand jury. Mr. Walsh, if you could stand, please. Norfolk Criminal Indictment Number 2023-0091 alleges that Brian Walsh, a Cohasset in the County of Norfolk, on or about January 1st, 2023, at Cohasset in the County of Norfolk, did assault and beat Anna Walsh with intent to murder her, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder said Anna Walsh in violation of Mass General Law, Chapter 265, Section 1. Members of the jury, to this indictment, the defendant has pleaded that he is not guilty, and he has placed himself before his country, which country you are, for trial. If he is guilty, you shall say so and no more. If he is not guilty, you will say so and no more. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. You can be seated.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, jurors, as I told you in the impanelment period, you will be responsible for deciding this case. Please pay careful attention to the evidence that you'll see and hear during this trial. When the evidence is complete, I will explain the legal rules that you must apply to decide this case. You will then meet in private to discuss and consider the evidence, apply those rules, and work together to reach a unanimous verdict. Before we start the trial itself, I'm giving you some initial instructions, also known as the pre-charge. I will explain the indictment that Madam Clerk just read aloud and describe what will happen during the trial. I will explain my role as the judge, the lawyer's important role, and your role as jurors. I will discuss some of the legal rules that apply to this case, and I will explain and remind you of some important things you must do and must not do during this trial. A moment ago, Madam Clerk read the language of the indictment in this case. An indictment is a legal document that formally accuses someone of a crime. The indictment in this case charges Mr. Walsh with committing murder. The indictment is not evidence in this case, and the fact that the defendant is facing this charge does not mean that he is guilty of committing any crime. As I told you when we were choosing you as jurors, the defendant has pleaded not guilty to the charge. And at the end of the trial, you, the jury, will decide whether the prosecution has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me give you an outline of the trial. When I finish these initial instructions, the prosecutor and the defense will make their opening statements. An opening statement is a summary of what the lawyer expects the evidence will show. After the opening statements, you will hear testimony from various witnesses. The evidence may also include documents and other things. The prosecution will call witnesses first. Then, the defendant will have the chance to call additional witnesses if he chooses to do so. Both sides may question each witness. After you see and hear all of the evidence, each side will make their closing arguments to summarize the evidence and suggest conclusions you may reach based on the evidence and the law. The lawyer's opening statements and their closing arguments may help you make sense of the evidence you see and hear during this trial, but the openings and the closings are not evidence. At the end of the trial, I will instruct you in detail on the legal rules that you must apply in deciding this case, and I give them to you both orally, as I'm doing now, but you get written copies of the charge that go back with you as well. You will then discuss the case in private and work together as a jury to agree on a verdict. Let me next address the roles of everybody in this courtroom, and I'll start with myself first. As a judge, I am responsible to make sure this case is tried fairly, efficiently, and according to the law. I must make sure that you see and hear only evidence that's allowed under what we call our rules of evidence. Those rules determine what evidence the lawyers may and may not present to you. The purpose of these rules is to make sure that what you see and hear during this trial is relevant to the case and appropriate for you to consider. If one of the lawyers says objection, that means that that lawyer thinks a particular answer or an exhibit that's being offered violates those rules of evidence. If I'm not persuaded by the objection, I will say overruled. And that means that the witness may answer the question or the other party may show you the exhibit, and you may consider the answer or the exhibit as evidence. If I instead say sustained, that means that the witness may not answer the question or that the proffering party may not show you the exhibit, because under our rules you may not consider the answer or the exhibit. If I sustain an objection, you may not talk about or try to guess or speculate what the answer might have been. There are times when I may say to you, disregard something or allow a motion to strike, something that you've already heard or seen. If that happens, that means that the testimony or exhibit that I strike, you must disregard it and you may not consider it. As the judge in the case throughout the trial, there may be times when I give you mid-trial instructions on a particular area of law. And at the end of the trial, I will give you, as I said, those detailed oral and written instructions. Let me next talk about the role of the lawyers. The lawyers in this case have their own important role. Their job is to bring to your attention the evidence and arguments that best support their position. They may also object to evidence, as I just mentioned, offered by the other side. Please don't hold it against any of the lawyers if they make an objection. The lawyers have to let me know when they think there's a potential evidentiary issue that I need to decide. Let me next talk about your role. Jurors, you have the most important role in this trial. After you have heard and seen all of the evidence in the case, you will decide who and what to believe, and whether the prosecution has proved the defendant is guilty of the crime charge based on the legal principles I explained to you. You must decide this case based only on the evidence you see and hear inside this courtroom and on my instructions on the law. You may not decide this case based on suspicion, guesswork, or speculation. The evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses that you'll see from this witness stand, as you recall it, and any other documents or things that become exhibits in the case. Other things that you see and hear during this trial are not evidence. Again, the opening statements and the closing arguments, not evidence. And the questions that the attorneys ask, they're not evidence either. A witness's answers are evidence, but a lawyer's questions are not. A very important part of your job as jurors is to decide who and what to believe. Whether testimony is contradicted or it is not, it is up to you to decide whether you believe it. You may believe everything a witness says, part of what a witness says, or none of it. The same is true of each exhibit. You must decide whether you believe what it shows or you do not. In deciding who and what to believe, you should ask and consider some important questions. First, was the witness honestly trying to tell the truth or deliberately lying? Though witnesses take an oath to tell the truth, sometimes a witness says things that a witness knows are false. If you conclude that a witness lied to you about something, then of course you should not believe that part of the testimony. Second, was the witness accurate? Or did the witness get something wrong without meaning to do so? Sometimes a witness may recall seeing or hearing something, but still be mistaken. If you conclude that a witness tried to be truthful, but that some part of that person's testimony wasn't accurate, then you should not consider the inaccurate testimony. I have no opinion about who or what you should believe, or about how you should decide this case. So please don't take anything that I do or say throughout this trial to suggest to you what you should believe or how you should decide this case. I want to next talk about fairness. Our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. You have agreed to be fair, and I'm sure that you want to be fair, but it's not always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions, and they exist even if we're not aware of them, and even if we believe we don't have them. Some of you may have heard of this as called as implicit bias, and that's what I'm talking about now. As a judge, I have the same problem as everyone else, so let me share a few strategies that I found to be useful. First, slow down. Don't rush to any decision. Hasty decisions are more likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Second, keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case when you and your fellow jurors deliberate. Remember that when you deliberate, you will have all the evidence and all the time you need to make a careful decision. So there truly is no need to start making your mind up before then. Third, you should listen closely to the witnesses. That's the best way to ensure that you decide this case based on the evidence and the law instead of upon unsupported assumptions. Fourth, as you listen to the testimony about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of any particular group. Finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? At the end of the case, I will remind you of these strategies and ask you to focus on the evidence instead of any unsupported assumptions you may have. All we ask is that you individually and as a group do your best to resolve this case based on the evidence and the law without sympathy, bias, or prejudice, to the best of your ability as human beings.
Thanks for catching my spelling error. Fixed it.
I want to turn now to certain legal principles and rules that you must follow in this case, and I will discuss these again in more detail at the end
analogy.
of the case. But here are some key things that you need to know from the beginning. First, let me talk to you about the presumption of innocence. As I told you during the jury selection process, every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of the crime. Mr. Walsh is presumed innocent of the charge in this case. That means that you must consider Mr. Walsh to be innocent now and must still consider him to be innocent at the end of the trial unless the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented during the trial that the defendant committed the crime charged.
We've heard this hundreds of times, but the jury might be hearing this for the
reasonable
first time.
in just a moment.
So she's taking her time with it.
The defendant does not have to do anything to convince you he is innocent. He does not have to explain anything to the jury. The defendant does not have to testify, call or question any witnesses, or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume he is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charge against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. At the end of the trial, after you've seen and heard all of the evidence, you will deliberate with each other, meaning you'll discuss the evidence and decide on a unanimous verdict. If you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt on the charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on the charge. You may find the defendant guilty of the charge only if all 12 deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. So the burden is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charge made against him. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it's not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that's been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. That is what I mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I've told you that the Commonwealth must prove the charge here beyond a reasonable doubt. To do so, it must prove each element or component part of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. As I said, the charge here is murder, and the Commonwealth is proceeding on the charge of first-degree murder on a theory of deliberate premeditation. In order to prove the defendant guilty of murder on the theory of deliberate premeditation, the Commonwealth must prove 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused the death of Anna Walsh. Second, that the defendant intended to kill Anna Walsh, that is, the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause Anna Walsh's death. Third, that the defendant committed the killing with deliberate premeditation, that is, he decided to kill after a period of reflection. Fourth, that the defendant did not act in proper self-defense or proper defense of another. And fifth, that there were no mitigating circumstances. Those are the basic 5 elements. And really, jurors, what I'm trying you to absorb at this point is that there are 5 component parts. And each of those component parts, the Commonwealth needs to prove, again, beyond a reasonable doubt. let me talk about some of the housekeeping matters that you may be thinking about. One of two of you may asked about these actually when you were being selected as jurors, and I'll start first with note-taking. At the end of the trial, when you meet in private to deliberate, you will have all of the exhibits with you. We cannot provide you a transcript of any of the witnesses' testimony, however. So you're going to have to rely on your own memories of what each witness said to you. You may take notes during the trial, if you wish, and our court officers will pass out at an appropriate time a notepad and a note writing implement, a pen or a pencil. I don't know what we have here today.
They don't get them until
Some
after.
jurors find it helpful
statements.
to take notes while listening to the evidence. It may help you focus on the testimony and to remember what witnesses said. Some of you may not want to take any notes, and that's perfectly fine too. Whether you take notes or not, it's entirely up to you.
Just pay attention.
Whether you take notes or you do not, you need to pay close attention to each witness and what they say. In deciding who and what to believe, you should watch and listen carefully to each witness. Think about whether the witness seems believable, whether the witness's memory seems reliable, and anything else about how the witness testifies and what the witness says that helps you determine whether and how much to believe that witness. When you deliberate at the end of the trial, remember that it is your memory that counts. Your notes may help jog your memory about what a witness said, but they are not a substitute for what you and your fellow jurors remember about the testimony. Do not assume that because you or another juror wrote something down, that it is more accurate than your or another juror's memory of what the witness actually said. Your notes are confidential. No one, including me, will read them. The court officers will collect your notebooks and your writing implements at the end of each trial day and will keep them safe, and they'll be returned to you the following morning. And at the end of the trial, I will order the court officers to destroy any notes that were taken. Next I want to talk about your comfort. If you have any trouble seeing anything, hearing anything, if you need an unscheduled break, please raise your hand and one of the court officers will come over. We'll make the necessary adjustments. I remind you that we take a morning break at about 11 o'clock.
Have some
and that's
water,
usually
Judge.
about 20 minutes to 30 minutes, depending on what I have to do during that time. And then we proceed on to the lunch hour at 1 o'clock. We take a break from 1 to 2. And then the afternoon session is the longest session, 2 hours long, between the hours of 2 and 4. So you can predict your day, how your day will lay out most days that you're here. If you need to communicate with me at any point during the trial, again, let one of the court officers know and they'll get me the information. And do it through a note is the best way. Finally, jurors, I'm not going to give you the longer version of this because I just asked you about this morning. But it's imperative to the administration of justice in each criminal case, and in this one, that you abide by those rules that you agreed to. If anybody needs another written version of the order that I gave to you, I have plenty of them. Don't hesitate to ask. But I remind you, no social media, no news media. Don't do any research about this case on any medium. Don't talk to anyone about this case. And continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence in the case. It's the first thing that I'm going to ask you every morning, and it's the last thing you're going to hear me remind you of every night. All right?
All right. Are you going to do circumstantial evidence, Judge? I didn't hear that one. I didn't hear rain outside.
The lawyers at the side of the bench.
Judge is saying, is there anything else you want me to read? Because I said finally, and there's some things that didn't happen. Lawyers go sidebar. We're not counting sidebars this time. I did opt to go with outside interruptions. So let me clean that up because it's a little bit oversized on the counter. Let's see. There we go. These outside interruptions could be anything from a siren, from a car horn, a cell phone going off, even in court, because it's outside of the court proceedings. Just any interruption like that, a witness not being there, that's sort of an interruption as well. So we're going to count anything related to that. I did veto the wee-woo counter, not because I didn't like it. I like the wee-woo counter, but I know that this trial is going to have a lot of attention. We're going to get a lot of friends here who are here for the first time, and we'll be explaining what wee-woo is nonstop. So I didn't want that distraction there, but in your head, keep a wee-woo counter going.
Jurors, I know that you will try this case according to the oath that you took this morning. In that oath, you promised you would well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the evidence and the law. If you follow that oath, approach this case with an open mind, and make your decisions fairly and without prejudice or bias or sympathy for anyone, then you will arrive at a just and fair verdict. It's now time for the opening statements. And you will find that there are customs in the law, many customs in the law that dictate how the case plays out. And the first custom I'll alert you to is that the Commonwealth opens the case first. ADA Connor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, may it please the court?
It does.
On January 4th, 2023, Teresa Marchese returned to work after New Year's holiday. She works at Tishman Speyer, and she is the Director of Human Capital Management. That is to say that she's the Director of Human Resources. And Tishman Speyer is a real estate management company, but it's a global real estate management company. It has buildings all over the world. And this office that Ms. Marchese works in is in Washington, D.C. When she returned to her office in Washington, D.C. that morning, she was alerted that one of her coworkers' husbands was trying to find her coworker. The coworker was Anna Walshe, and her husband is Brian Walshe. Teresa Marchese knew Anna Walshe because she hired her. She hired her in February 2022 to work at the Washington, D.C. office of Tishman Speyer and to manage some of those buildings in Washington, D.C. She also knew that Anna Walshe commuted from Cohasset to Washington to work at Tishman Speyer, and that her husband, Brian, and her 3 children were still in Cohasset at this time. She also knew where Anna Walshe lived in Washington, D.C. Anna Walshe had bought a townhouse right near where Teresa Marchese lives in Washington. So when she heard that Brian Walshe was looking for Anna, she got concerned. And she spoke to her boss, Jeff Chubb. And the two of them went into a conference room and called Brian Walshe. Brian was calm, and he said that on January 1st, Anna left their Cohasset home for a work emergency and had to fly back to Washington, D.C. And he hasn't spoken to her since then. This is the longest they've ever gone without speaking. So, Teresa Marchese went and drove to Anna Walshe's townhouse. She took another employee with her, and on the way there, she had another conversation with Brian Walshe. Brian was calm, and he gave her the combination to the garage so Ms. Marchese could get into the building. Ms. Marchese got there. She was able to look in the windows. Nothing was broken. Nothing was out of order. She got into the garage, and she found some cardboard boxes that had yet to be unpacked, some car seats, no car, no Anna Walshe. Now the door from the garage to the home, that was locked. So she couldn't get inside. So, Ms. Marchese called Mr. Walshe back again. And she told him that she was going to loop into this conversation Tishman Spires' global head of security, who also works in Washington, D.C. His name is Hugh Dunleavy. He's a retired Secret Service agent. Mr. Walshe is calm. Mr. Dunleavy is looped into this conversation on the phone, and Mr. Walsh's demeanor changes. He becomes very upset. Mr. Dunleavy calms him down, asks him a series of questions, and Mr. Walshe repeats. Anna left the home in Cohasset on January 1st to come to Washington, D.C. for a work emergency. Mr. Dunleavy follows up. Have you called the police? What is the local police department in your town? You live in Cohasset. You need to call the police. The call ends. Mr. Dunleavy works with the Washington police and helps facilitate them getting into the home in Washington, D.C., and Anna is not there. He also calls the Cohasset police just before noon on January 4th. And he reports Anna missing. Hugh Dunleavy from Washington, D.C. calls the Cohasset police, and that is the first time Anna Walshe has been reported missing to the police. And it was done just before noon on January 4th. And no one has seen her since January 1st. Over the next few weeks, it'll be the honor of Ms. Cusick, Ms. Yaz, and myself to represent the Commonwealth. And in that time, we will prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the premeditated murder of his wife, Anna Walshe. And we're going to do that by presenting evidence to you. And evidence will come to you, as Her Honor pointed out, in two different forms. One is kind of tangible. You'll see photos of the family home in Cohasset at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. You'll see videos from different stores. You'll see Anna Walsh's banking records. You will also see objects, like a Tyvek suit, like a hatchet, like a hacksaw. Now, in addition to those objects, you will hear from witnesses. Witnesses like Teresa Marchese and Hugh Dunleavy, who I just mentioned. You'll also hear from a group of witnesses that are Anna Walsh's friends and colleagues. They will tell you that Anna was 39 years old in January 2003. She was married to the defendant. She had 3 children. They'll tell you that she was a Serbian immigrant, that she came to this country and began working in the hospitality industry by working in hotels in Washington and Massachusetts, and that she transitioned to real estate. She got the opportunity to work for Jem Mutlu, who had his own real estate company. She actually wound up running that company for him. That was until February 2022, where she got what Brian Walshe would refer to as a dream job, where she got to work for Tishman Spires. And she would make more money than she had ever made before in her career. She had purchased a townhouse in Washington, D.C., and she was expecting to have her family come with her. However, Brian and the children had stayed in Massachusetts. And the reason is that Brian had previously pled guilty to a count of fraud in the Boston Federal District Courthouse. But he hadn't been sentenced yet. Now, he was accused of owing over $400,000 of restitution. At this point in time, Anna was the breadwinner for the family, and she had moved to D.C. She was still commuting back and forth, but looking to have the family join her in D.C. And Brian, too. However, when she bought the townhouse, she did this with the aid of a real estate agent by the name of William Fastow. She was introduced to Mr. Fastow from her former boss, Jem Mutlu. Mr. Fastow will testify. And he will tell you that they became friends, and that friendship became romantic. And that carried on into November of 2022, when Anna needed to go visit her mother, who was sick back in Belgrade, Serbia. Anna flew to Dublin, Ireland, the weekend of Thanksgiving, and Mr. Fastow joined her for that weekend. She then flew and visited her sick mother in Serbia, and then would return back to the United States. Mr. Fastow, after Dublin, would go back to Washington, D.C. But Anna missed Thanksgiving with Brian and the children. And then on Christmas Eve that same year, Anna went out to dinner with Mr. Fastow. They went out to dinner in Annapolis with another couple. And she stayed the night. And she was supposed to get a flight out on Christmas Day. But she couldn't get a flight. So she had to drive up from Washington, D.C. to Cohasset. And she missed Christmas Eve and most of Christmas Day with Brian. She would fly back to Washington, D.C. And on December 29th, she would go to dinner with one of her friends, who will testify before you. And that friend will say that she was uncharacteristically tired and emotional. You'll also hear from a series of witnesses that dealt with Anna Walshe right before New Year's. She returned back to Cohasset on December 30th, and she was going to stay with the family until January 3rd. You'll hear how she went to a bar class, B-A-R-R-E. It's an intensive ballet class. You'll hear from the instructor, who will say that she did exceedingly well in that class. A person who was with her in a nail salon will testify. She got her nails done on New Year's Eve. And Mr. Mutlu will testify. He went over to the Walshe family residence on New Year's Eve for dinner. 3 adults were there. It was Mr. Mutlu, Brian, and Anna. He got there around 8:30. He brought some snacks for the kids. Actually got to play with the oldest child. And he spent the night talking to his friends. He'd characterize them as jovial. They shared champagne. They weren't drunk. They were enjoying the new year. They actually signed the champagne box. And you'll see that, where they were looking forward to the new year. Brian cooked. Brian was attentive. Brian also said to Mr. Mutlu that night that he had lost his phone, it had been misplaced, but he had felt free as a result of it. Mr. Mutlu left that home on New Year's Day at 1:30 a.m. And there was no mention of a work emergency in Washington, D.C. that would require Anna to fly out or leave the family home at 6 or 7 a.m. that day. Now on January 4th, after Hugh Dunleavy had called the Cohasset Police Department, the Cohasset Police Department dispatched Officer Greg Lawrence to go speak to Mr. Walshe at his home. Officer Lawrence went. He was met outside by Brian Walshe. Brian Walshe informed Officer Lawrence that Anna had left on January 1st, had taken a Uber or Lyft to Logan Airport to fly out to Washington, D.C. for a work emergency. Gave her a phone number for Anna Walshe, described her as 5'2", that she was 39 years old, approximately 115 pounds. He hadn't heard her. Officer Lawrence went back to the Cohasset Police Department, worked with other Cohasset police officers, trying to find any connection to Uber or Lyft or local taxi cabs. Cohasset police would then begin the process of pinging Anna's phone. You're going to get to see the records from that, but essentially the process involves the cell phone carrier, in this case Verizon, sending a signal out to the phone to try and locate. And the Verizon records will show that the last time that phone that belonged to Anna Walshe interacted with the network was shortly after 3 a.m. on January 2nd. And when it did so, it was in the area of the Walshe home. That same day, Cohasset Police also tasked Detective Schmidt with investigating this case. He and Officer Lawrence would go back to the Walsh family residence at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway and interview Brian Walsh. And he recorded it. You'll get to hear the recording. And Brian will talk about how Anna was commuting back and forth from Cohasset to Washington for work, how there were some issues with his federal case, and how Mr. Mutlu had come over for dinner that night on New Year's Eve, and how Anna had to leave between 6 and 7 on January 1st. He also, in that interview, described what Anna was wearing when she left the home. Blue-gray hunter boots, a black jacket, and an Hermes watch. So Sergeant Smith will testify before you, and he will tell you that he worked on this missing person investigation and called in additional resources to help. On the 5th, he had his own department do a search of the woods near the family home. On the 6th, he called in a task force made of several different police departments to do further searching of the woods in and around the Walsh family home. Contacted the state police to use their resources. He also got the opportunity to speak to Mr. Walsh on January 5th, January 7th, and January 8th. And when he did those interviews, he was accompanied by detectives from the state police. And those interviews were recorded. And you'll get to hear those interviews. And Mr. Walsh, during those interviews, will explain that he and Anna were happily married. He had no knowledge of any extramarital affair. That Anna had her dream job. That it was taking care of the family. And conversely, he didn't take a salary this year out of his company that was a consulting company. He told the police that he owed over $400,000 in restitution on his federal matter. That this case was causing stress on his marriage. That he might have to go to jail. He said that they were very happy and that the biggest problem was that they were apart. Brian also told the police that Anna's job had caused her to miss Christmas Eve and Christmas Day with the family. And that Anna traveling to visit her sick mom caused her to miss Thanksgiving with the family. And that he did not want to have an argument with Anna about missing another holiday on January 1st. He had a discussion with her about Christmas Day. He was concerned that by him looking around trying to find her, that she had embarrassed her. So he tells the police, I didn't want to have an argument. So I understood she was going to come back, and she left for that emergency at work. You'll also have access to financial records that will show that Anna Walsh had approximately $200,000 in accounts at Fidelity, and that there was over $1 million in life insurance in Anna Walsh, and that Brian Walsh was the beneficiary of those policies. And in addition to the Cohasset police, the Massachusetts State Police also worked with them on trying to find Anna. You're going to hear from two troopers in particular, Trooper Nicholas Marino and Trooper Connor Keith. They are digital forensic specialists. They have special training in examining computers, tablets, phones. And in this matter, they had the opportunity to examine a MacBook, iPads, and cell phones that were at the Walsh house. And they will explain that on Christmas Day, when Anna had missed Christmas Eve and was after spending the evening with Mr. Fastow and was driving up from Washington D.C., the cell phone that Brian Walsh was using looked up Mr. Fastow on the internet. And that on December 27th, a MacBook that used the Apple ID for Brian Walsh, between 8:30 and 9 o'clock, researched best strategies to divorce for a man. Best state to divorce for a man, Washington, D.C. divorce laws. On December 29th, Brian Walsh's cell phone was researching buildings that Anna Walshe managed for Tishman's Fire and emergencies she had handled for them in the past. Trooper Guarino will also explain to you the internet history of that MacBook that had Brian Walsh's Apple ID beginning on January 1st. At 4:54 a.m., the MacBook searched best way to dispose of a body, and then went to similar websites for more than an hour. At 6:24 a.m., same day, the same device searched how long for someone to missing to inherit, how long missing to be dead, can you throw away body parts? Later on that morning, on January 1st at 9:33 a.m., the MacBook went to search how long does DNA last? And then an article, is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? 30 minutes later, the MacBook researched disposal of a cell phone. At 10:28 a.m., the MacBook researched, I am the user of my wife's credit card. She is missing. And again, on January 1st, at 11:28 a.m., it searched, best way to dispose of body parts after a murder.
And not a good look.
Guarino will explain the numerous websites and searches done by the MacBook in the morning and early afternoon on January 1st, and that these websites were about cleaning blood with ammonia, bleach, and hydrogen peroxide. Websites visited included those as whether it is better to throw away crime scene clothes or wash them. One site was entitled, You Want to Get Away with Murder? Use a special detergent. This type of activity on the MacBook continued into January 2nd, when it looked up, how long does Lowe's keep security footage? How to saw a body. How to dismember a body. Can you be charged with murder without a body? Can you identify a body with broken teeth? The MacBook also visited websites for apartment complexes in Brockton and Chelsea. One in particular, Chatham West in Brockton. Brian Walshe told investigators that his phone, which was an iPhone 13 mini, had been misplaced and not found until the afternoon of January 2nd, 2023. When investigators examined that phone, they learned that it had been connected to a power source, and it had been unlocked 4 times by either using the face or the passcode. Investigators will also tell you that the location data from that phone showed that it remained in the Walshe residence until the afternoon of January 2nd, 2023. However, there was another phone in the Walshe residence, an iPhone SE, which belonged to one of the children. When investigators examined the location data from that phone, they found that on January 1st, the phone traveled to a Walgreens in Cohasset, then to a liquor store nearby the defendant's mother's home, an apartment complex in Swampscott, to a CVS in Danvers, to a Lowe's in Danvers, and to a Stop and Shop in Swampscott. You will see the surveillance video from those stores. You will see the video from Walgreens, where a white man with dark hair using a credit card buys Band-Aids and antibiotic. You will see on the surveillance video at the CVS in Danvers that a white man with dark hair, now wearing a mask, buys hydrogen peroxide using cash. You will see the surveillance video from the Stop and Shop in Swampscott, where a white man then goes buys ammonia with cash. And you'll see the surveillance video from the Lowe's in Danvers, where a white man wearing a mask and dark hair buys several items that cost more than $400 using cash, including a Tyvek suit and cutting instruments such as shears, snips, and a hacksaw.
Yeah, that looks bad.
Investigators will explain how the cell phone location data from the iPhone SE shows that it went to a Home Goods in the morning of January 2nd, and that Brian's iPhone 13 mini went to a Home Depot in Rockland in the afternoon, January 2nd. You will see the surveillance videos from those stores. You'll see a white man with dark hair at Home Goods buying scented candles and area rugs. And you'll see a white man with dark hair at the Home Depot buying more cleaning supplies. 20 pounds of baking soda, mop, buckets, and a hatchet. The investigators will also explain to you that Brian Walsh's cell phone on January 3rd was located near apartment complexes in Brockton. You'll see the surveillance videos from some of the apartment complexes, including one of Chatham West. You'll see someone going to the dumpster and then leaving. The investigators will also tell you that on January 5th, Brian Walsh's cell phone was in the area of dumpsters and a trash compactor by his mother's apartment complex in Swampscott, and that this was before he was interviewed by Detective Schmidt later that night. On January 9th, the police went to those dumpsters, and they took that trash compactor and that dumpster to a facility in Peabody, where they searched the contents of both. And they found an Hermes watch, blue-gray hunter boots, a black coat, a COVID vaccination card with Anna Walsh's name on it, rugs, a Tyvek suit, a hammer, shears, snips, a hatchet, and a hacksaw. The police will tell you that these items were packaged and brought back to a laboratory, and they were brought there for examination. And how some of these items were examined for DNA. And the DNA was compared to samples they had from Anna and Brian. And scientists from the state DNA lab will identify DNA of Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh on the Tyvek suit. They will explain that Anna Walsh's DNA was found from items in the dumpster, including drugs, the hatchet, and the hacksaw. Jem Mutlu said goodbye to Anna Walsh about 1 o'clock, 1:30 a.m. on New Year's Day. When he left, she was home, she was alive, she was with her husband. No one has seen her since her husband said she left on January 1st. She has not accessed her finances, her email, her phone has made no calls, and no one has found her body. During this case, we ask two things. The first is that you keep an open mind. Do not rush to judgment, but instead see how all the evidence fits together. Pay careful attention to the timing of certain events. And second, use your common sense. Don't leave it home. Bring it with you here as you make your examination of every piece of evidence. And at the end of this trial, we will speak to you one more time. And it is at that time we will ask that you find the defendant guilty of murdering his wife with deliberate premeditation. Thank you.
Told you.
Thank you, 88 Connor. Judge, why don't you take a break and stand up, shake a leg?
Shake a leg, everyone. Yeehaw. Shaking a leg is not the same as letting it all hang out, just for the record, in case you were curious.
And when you're comfortable and have regained your focus, you may be seated.
Apparently some jurors slept through that. What?
Now we'll hear from the defense for the opening statements. Attorney Tipton.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I've got to see where he goes here. Away from the mic, for one.
Brian Walsh lied to the police. Lied to him on January 4th, lied to him on January 5th, lied to him on January 7th. Brian Walsh went to Lowe's and bought tools. Brian Walsh went to Home Depot and bought tools. Brian Walsh, beginning about 4:54 a.m., began a frantic and tragic search that you'll hear about. You'll hear the evidence of that. You will hear evidence that those searches evolved from how best to dispose a body to even darker subject matter. As he wrestled with the fact that Anna Walsh was dead.
Wow.
That evidence that you will hear will be hard to understand, but it is true. On January 1st of 2023, Jim Mutlow left the family home of Brian and Anna Walsh sometime between 1 and 1:30 in the morning.
He's going to pin it on the friend?
Anna and Brian Walsh continued to celebrate the news.
No. She's alive there.
They went upstairs to the bedroom. About an hour later, you'll hear evidence that Mr. Walsh got up, went back down the stairs to clean the kitchen. You'll see evidence that he looked at his email. You'll hear evidence that he then returned to the bedroom, intending nothing more than to crawl into bed with Anna Walsh, the woman he loved. When he entered the bedroom and began to get into the bed, he sensed something was wrong. You will hear evidence that it made no sense to him. But he nudged Anna, his wife. She didn't respond. He nudged her again, a little harder. She didn't respond. He nudged her now in a frantic and panic reaction to where she actually rolled off the bed.
That's not a nudge.
You'll hear evidence that now he is panicking and he doesn't understand what has happened and what is happening. It didn't make any sense to him.
He's going to have to testify for this.
It didn't make sense that somebody that he had just been with and enjoyed New Year's Eve into New Year's Day would suddenly be dead. Not answered. You will hear evidence in this case of sudden, unexplained death. You will hear evidence that it is rape. You will hear evidence that it happens in young people and old people. You will hear evidence it happens in male and female. You will hear evidence it happens during the day and during the night, that it happens to trained athletes.
He's going to wear a hole in the floor.
You will hear evidence that it can be the result of both mechanical and or electrical problems within the body. You will hear evidence that it might be cardiovascular, pulmonary, neurological, or other reasons. You will hear evidence that it occurs in people who have never manifested a symptom that something might be wrong. And in fact, you will hear evidence that sometimes the first manifestation that something is or was wrong with someone is the sudden, unexplained death. That's the evidence you will hear in this case. Sudden, unexplained death is known within the medical community and the forensic community. But it is to this day not well understood, and that is the evidence you will hear. And it is not well known to non-medical professionals. And you will hear evidence. Brian Walshe never imagined somebody suddenly died.
Okay, now
1 hour he's with her, he cleans the kitchen, he comes back up, and she is dead.
Explain the hacksaw, though.
You will hear evidence in this case that Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe loved each other. Yes, there was stress in the marriage. Stress born out of a simple problem that took its toll. And that's the pending federal case that had begun in 2018 and was still going forward. And what happened was, over time, Anna Walshe got a job in D.C. with the support of Brian Walshe. It was a huge stepping stone in her career. It paid twice the salary. And they talked about it. And you will hear evidence that they had to make a decision. Brian could not leave Cohasset because of the pending federal case. So who would take care of the children while Anna worked in D.C.? Brian would. And he did. There was stress in commuting back and forth between D.C. and Cohasset. Brian Walshe experienced that stress too. And Anna Walshe and him talked about it. They talked about it on Christmas Day of 2022. And that's what the evidence will be. Yes, there was an affair. You will hear evidence of an affair. An affair does not make someone a bad person, does not make someone a bad mother. Make no mistake about that. But yes, there was an affair. Not between Brian Walshe and anyone, but between Anna Walshe and William Castle. The evidence in this case will be that Anna Walshe did everything she could to hide that affair. That she did not tell her closest friends, her confidants, some of whom lived in D.C., the same person, Alyssa Kirby, that she spent December 29th with, drinking and talking about her life. She hid the affair. William Fastow will tell me that he was unaware of any plans of Anna ever telling Brian about the affair. William Fastow will testify that they behaved differently in public in D.C. to make sure there was no appearance of the affair. William Fastow will testify that Anna Walshe told him she would be devastated if Brian ever learned about the affair.
Just 3 steps back and forth are just, they've got me on
Brian
edge.
Walshe didn't know about the affair. He did know. Anna Walshe had a crush on William Fastow because she told him. And he did not react in a jealous way. And you will hear evidence that over the close to decade that these two people were in love, and all you have to do is look at the evidence and the photograph you'll see of Anna Walshe. And the evidence will establish she is a beautiful woman. And it was not unusual for her to comment to Brian. I had some man look at me today. I think he liked her. That didn't upset Brian, not over a period of 10 years. And when she told him that she had a crush on William Fastow, the man who had sold them the $1.3 million townhouse in D.C., It didn't upset Brian. He trusted her. In fact, you will hear evidence from Melissa Kirby that Anna Walshe told her, I wish you would be jealous. You will hear evidence that there was no financial issues or problems. Anna Walshe just got that job in the early part of 2022 that paid close to $300,000 a year. They owned that townhouse in D.C. It was worth over $1 million. They owned whole life insurance policies on their sons in the amount of $1 million each. Whole life that you will hear you can borrow against if you need cash. You will hear evidence that Brian Walsh's mother gifted them money, and actually you'll hear from the landlord of the home that they were living in at the time that Brian was living in, taking care of the 3 boys while Anna worked in D.C., that it was his mother who was paying the rent, because that's what grandmothers do. There was no financial problems here. They owned investment property in Massachusetts. The evidence in this case is that Brian Walshe loved Anna Walshe. You will hear that she spoke of him in glowing terms to William Faster. That she said, I want people to see the Brian that I know. You will hear how she talked about her relationship with Brian with Alyssa Kirby. And notwithstanding the fact that Anna Walshe was having an affair, she described their relationship as open and honest. He believed their marriage was open and honest because he loved her.
An open marriage. I'm not sure if he means that term.
You will hear how she described Brian as her best friend to her friend Alyssa Kirby. You will also see evidence of text messages that you may use to determine for yourself if there was love between these 2 individuals. The importance about those text messages that you'll see is simply that they're dated. The ones you'll see are dated beginning December 25th of 2022, 7 days before New Year's Day. On 12/25, Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe are texting each other, and she is sending him 7 properties, listings, primarily out of Zillow. 7 listings of properties in the greater D.C. area. Bethesda, Annapolis. They're searching for future investment property.
It's not bubblegum, that's somebody's binder that's snapping shut.
And you'll hear evidence that then she comes up to celebrate Christmas with Brian and their 3 beautiful boys. You'll see on 12/27, now that she's back in D.C., these text messages between them. And they're talking about one of their properties. And they're talking about the fact that it, in fact, sold. So now they need to figure out what to do with the proceeds.
So somebody counts steps. It's 3 steps each direction. I think he's up to 10,000 now.
You'll see on 12/28. Text exchange between Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe. Now, she's back in D.C. She's not feeling well. She's telling Brian, I don't feel well. So I'm going to stay at home and work at home today in D.C. And they joke. And on the text, Brian says something like, well, I guess I'll have to get you a plunger. Anna responds, I'll tell you what. I'll buy the plunger. You buy me that Porsche. Why? Because Anna Walshe wanted a Porsche. And what you see on that text exchange, right after she says that, is you'll see postings that he sent to her of the Porsches he'd been shopping for the woman he loved. And you'll see in his MacBook that he was shopping for Porsches because she had asked for one. On 12/29, you'll see a text exchange between them where they're talking about a 3-story brownstone that she had found that maybe they'll buy for an investment. And you'll see the text references to how much it cost, the square footage it's up and below. You'll see text exchange between them where they're talking about possible renovations in the future. They are talking about the future. And this is on 12/29. And then on 12/30, simple texts between them about her catching her flight from D.C. to get to Cohasset for New Year's. She texts them, I've landed. And what you see in those text messages are she begins to send Brian pictures of her playing with the boys now that she's reunited with her 3 beautiful boys again. And then you see 7 pictures sent by Brian Walshe back to Anna, taken of her playing with the boys. And how do they sign off these texts? You'll see them. Brian says, love you. And Anna Walshe says, love you too. We've come full circle in this opening, and now we're back to New Year's Eve.
I think we're back to
Jim
the hacksaw.
the family friend, is invited by Anna to come to the house to celebrate New Year's Eve. You'll hear evidence that he was thrilled. He was thrilled to be with 2 people he'd known for years, but he hadn't seen in some time. He knew their kids, 3 beautiful boys. He'll describe how when he drove up in the driveway, Anna Walshe ran down the driveway in her heels, no coat, on a cold winter day to hug him. And then what happened? They all went into the house. And what was occurring in the house? Brian was cooking New Year's. He was feeding them as they all talked for 4 to 5 hours. And what were they talking about? They were talking about the future. They were talking about investments. Anna Walshe told a story about how Brian had found a ring for her and the whole adventure of finding the ring and buying the ring. And she talked about it in glowing terms when she talked about how Brian did that.
That's the past, not the future.
Mr. Mutlow will describe that for the 4 or 5 hours that he was there, he saw no problems between them. Said that Brian was happy and Anna was happy. He described the atmosphere as jovial, festive. He described it as loving. As adults do for New Year's Eve, they celebrated with wine and champagne. You will have that box, or at least photographs of that champagne box, where they signed it. And what Anna signed on that box.
Is that a thing? Signing the champagne box?
She wrote, let's make 2023 the best one yet. She went on to say, courage, love, perseverance, compassion, joy, and signed it, love, Anna. Nothing was more important to both Anna and Brian than those 3 beautiful boys. They had talked about the problem of the federal case. It was stressful. When you heard in the Commonwealth's opening the reference to a divorce search, please understand that the other evidence will be that that singular search occurred between conversations between Anna and Brian about the sale of their property, you'll see that that search occurred about 8:30 on 12/27. And why is that important? The evidence will show that the only time Anna Walsh talked about divorce with William Fastow, she talked about it in terms of Brian and I attempting to preserve the family assets. Why is that important? Because yes, there was $400,000 of restitution that was going to come due. And yes, Brian may have had to go to prison for some time. And what did that mean? It meant that there was going to have to be arrangements, not just to pay the money, which wasn't going to be a problem, but the boys had to move up to D.C. because Brian could no longer take care of them. And there would be all that added expense. And they went so far as to talk to Robin Howe, their nanny, their babysitter, and asked her if she would consider moving up. So there were expenses. So when you talk about preserving the family assets, you have to decide, how is it that I make sure, how is it, as Brian Walsh will tell you, how is it that I make sure that my wife and my 3 sons are financially secure if I have to go to prison for a day, for a week, for a month, or for years? That's what they were talking about. And in all of the other digital data that the Commonwealth has been poring over for 2 years, you will not hear evidence of any other conversations about divorce. And you won't hear it from William Fastow. In fact, William Fastow will tell you he had resigned himself to think Anna Walsh was never going to leave Brian, father of their children. Jim Mutlow left around 1:30. Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh went upstairs. He went back down to the kitchen about an hour later to clean it up. And then the impossible, the unimaginable happened. It didn't make sense to Brian Walsh. It was confusing. He never thought anybody would believe that Anna Walsh was alive 1 minute and dead the next. And all he could think about were those 3 boys. What would happen to their 3 boys now that Anna is no longer here? What will happen if they think he did something bad to Anna? Where will those 3 boys go? And so, he told the story. He told lies. He tried to hide so he could hang on to those boys.
He disposed of the body so that people would think she was still alive?
Brian Walsh never killed him. Brian Walsh never thought about killing him. Never think about that. Brian Walsh is not guilty.
He skipped the hacksaw part. The buckets and the Tyvek suit.
Once again, why don't you stand up?
A lot they didn't talk about. Shaking the leg. Get the leg shake going.
15 minutes before the break, but it's been a long little stretch here, so I can either break you now or we can start the evidence. Does anybody, just by show of hands, need a bathroom break? Or can we hold on for 15? All right, we're going to take a break early, and we'll see you back in about 20 minutes.
All rise for the court, please.
What is that?
Front row.
And so many things I want to count. The shaking a leg, the disturbances, maybe the sidebars, objections. If you're in for the long haul watching this from gavel to gavel with us, and you decide to keep count, feel free to update us periodically as your count on whatever item you're counting is updated. So that's 2 leg shakes. We have
Please be seated.
3 outside interruptions.
Does anyone need to address anything with me?
No, Your Honor.
The elephant in
Anything
the
from
room, Your
defense?
Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll take about a 20-minute break. And Commonwealth, what's the lineup today?
It's going to be Sergeant Harrison Schmidt for the entirety of the day. The intention is to try and get through the audio interviews today, Your Honor.
And everything went well with the editing, so to speak, of the...
Yes, we've made all the edits that we encouraged and the ones that the court told us to make.
All right. And the defense is all set with that? Have you watched it yet? Or?
Yes.
All right. Let me know if you need me.
Yes, Your Honor.
Maybe, Judge.
All right.
Mr. Tipton needs to speak faster because Judge is like, I'm getting my 20-minute break in. Hey, look, we've got some familiar court bailiffs, officers. Okay, so let's give them letter grades. How do you feel on the prosecution? Tell me in chat what you think. If A, use the traditional American grade school grading. So A is the best, F is a failure. So A, B, C, D, and F. There's no E. I'm sorry, I don't know why. But how did the prosecution do? And how did defense do in this open? Prosecution, I can tell you, they had a lot of material to choose from and limited it, surprisingly. A lot of people will see a prosecutor go through everything they can and set it all in front of the jury. Look how bad it makes him look, right? They chose not to do that. We did get a couple of the searches in. We got a little bit of the timeline. We've got just a few little tidbits here and there, some very incriminating ones, but they were cherry picked from the list. I'm seeing a lot of B's on the prosecution. Defense, interesting choice. Yeah, my client is a little bit weird. He's different. He sure made some mistakes. He got the federal conviction on the forgery thing, the whole Andy Warhol paintings. Yeah, that was a thing. It happened. Bad choice. But he loved his wife. Well, that's why you make them your wife, right? Usually that's how. But a lot of marriages end in divorce, and a few end in murder. And we're thinking this one might have ended in murder. The whole idea of an adult, it's basically like we've heard of sudden infant death syndrome, which is tragic and terrible and devastating for families when a child just dies. Just without any indicator that will happen. But he's setting it up that Anna they just celebrated. They're like, yay to the future, go us. Here's to 2026. Boom, lights out. And then in his confusion about her being dead while he was cleaning the kitchen, not that cleaning with the mop and the hydrogen peroxide and everything. That's a different cleaning. I think he was actually just talking about like loading the dishwasher, putting away some of the food, maybe putting the leftover wine away, and if there was any. There's other cleaning that will be testified to, and a lot of it. But he's not talking about that cleaning. But then he finds her dead. So what does he do? All the usual stuff. When you crawl into bed and find your spouse deceased, which is tragic, it happens. I think there are probably people here who, that strikes very close to home for their own situation. He shoved her out of bed and went and bought a hacksaw. Because in his mind, what would happen to their kids if somebody knew she was dead? Because he is probably going to get convicted, might have to go to jail in the federal case, or prison in this case. The defense attorney said for a day, a week, a month. No, prison is usually a year or more. It would be a long time, but out of concern for what would happen to the kids, he didn't think, they would go to my family. My mom would take care of the kids. He just thought, the best thing I can do in this situation is to shove my wife's body out of bed and dispose of it in very small pieces. and let's Google the daylights out of murder. Everything you can possibly think about murder, let's put it in Google right now. Let's go full Dexter, like turn it up to 11 here. Because that's what people do when accidental death, or in this case, sudden unexplained death occurs. I'm not buying that. That is a big leap. That's a big, big leap. There is a thing called consciousness of guilt, which becomes quite apparent when someone tries to hide their actions, right? You hide it because it looks bad. You don't want people to know. Which would look worse? Oh no, my wife passed away. Could have been a heart attack, right? My wife passed away. That's terrible. Or, oh no, I'm dumping a hacksaw, a broken knife, a bloody Tyvek suit, some bloody mops and towels in my mom's apartment dumpster. And, oh, by the way, the blood is mine and my wife's. And my wife's missing. The math doesn't add up. Like, why does the defense think the jury is going to look at that and be like, oh, it was for the kids? Makes sense now. Yeah, 3 boys? Yeah, okay. Yep, go, shove the body, get the hacksaw. I'm with you now. I don't understand why he thought this would work. And frankly, he doesn't have a lot to work with. I'm keeping an open mind. There is so much here, and there's so much the defense just skipped that the jury is going to hear about, and they're going to hear about it for a couple of weeks. Okay, we're going to have at least 2 weeks, possibly 3, of just prosecution, and we're going to have details galore. The internet searches are terrible, and we've only heard some of them. They are terrible. The timeline is incriminating. We've only heard some of it. And the evidence that this was not an accidental death is everywhere. So defense has an uphill battle for sure. Not sure why the jury needs a 20-minute break, but maybe they're not complaining. Maybe there's only one bathroom and they have to share it. And the searches started way before that gets into the premeditation side. Just check that box. We can that one's done. Still confused about the pleas to counts 2 and 3. Northwest, I can see how this would be a strategic move, where there is, I would say, considerable evidence that he is guilty of disposing of a body. That's not the same as evidence of murder, but there's considerable evidence of that as well. Getting that off the jury's plate helps to just makes it less likely that the jury says, well, he's guilty of one. It's common sense that he did the other as well. In my mind, I'm beyond reasonable doubt. If he disposed of the body, he probably did the murder. Well, now they don't have the dispose of the body part. Now they just look at murder. Just wait till Proctor testifies. That's going to be wild. Why in the world would he just not call the police? In his mind, according to the defense, this is the story. And this bit, when he says we're going to hear evidence that this is what happened, that means Brian Walshe will take the stand and testify. Because where else will it come from? Who else is going to testify that Brian Walshe shoved his wife's dead body out of bed? Who else would know? There's only one person. And that means defense right now is of the mindset that their client will take the stand and tell us about those things that only he could know about. So that's going to be interesting, especially on cross-examination. Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate that. I think I got a photo. I got a thank you, but I got a text, but I'm not sure if I got a photo. I'll have to look again. So it's gonna be wild. Let's see. Meanie Banana member for 28 months. OG, love you all. Thank you very much. We had a couple more come in during the opening. I was trying not to interrupt. Let's see. We have. Let me go back. We got Happy December from Miss Chris. Thank you very much. 30 months, OG. 20 months, another OG. Winnaboo. Been missing in action since Halloween. Live back now, wouldn't be anywhere else. Thank you very much. Southern CJB member for 1 month. Yay. And you got a new color courthouse. That light blue looks great on you. Bonfire Barbie. Welcome to the gallery. More than 2 years there. Another OG. Balo Bird, member for 3 months. Loving every minute. This is going to be a great trial. And it's a little bit spicy. Just to bear in mind, there's going to be some moments where a sailor might blush. CW, member for 28 months. OG. Original goat there. Yay, love y'all. Michael Tobridge, member for 24 months on the jury. Made it to 24. Thank you. You finally got that pink courthouse by your name, and it looks great. Thank you for your support. That means the world to us. Couldn't do this without it. Mini Banana, member for 28 months. Love you all. OG. Michael, you're an OG as well. Everyone's an OG, man. After 20 months, we count you as an original goat. And we're talking goat here, but not like a goat in a bad way. Oh, I'm going to use my Christmas goat. We've got good goats, like the greatest of all time. Thank you very much, Grit Grinder. OG, still here and pretty in pink. Giggy Share Bear, member for 26 months. Good morning, glad to be with y'all today. Sad day for my family. My mother-in-law passed. Oh, Gigi, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Our thoughts and prayers with you at this difficult time. There are no words, but know that you're among friends, and if there's anything we could do, please let us know. Member, let's see, loves pink. Member for 19 months. I can't wait for my pink courthouse. You've got 5 more months. You'll be there. Is that math right? Yeah. Smofy. Member for 12 months, made it to a year, been here loads longer though. I think you're an OG. I remember Maya and the Manhunt. Everyone's an OG. We've got so many people here who've been here a long time, and I love this community for that. Your support is absolutely amazing. As our 20-minute break rolls on and the fan continues to turn, by the way, it's going super fast. Super, super fast. I think it's blowing the hot air down. It's a tall ceiling courtroom, so it's cycling that hot air back down to the ground where it's probably colder. Let's see. Gigi, she says, thanks so much. She had 85 happy years on Earth. She's now resting in the ultimate place, heaven. Wonderful. Gigi, I'm happy for you. And the happy years and the happy memories are something that you will always have. So that is wonderful. Cruffy's legacy says, I genuinely think a better defense would be claiming that he and Karen Reed were secret lovers and Proctor found out and is setting him up. We didn't hear anything about a bad police investigation in this case. We know the defense wants to call Proctor just for the Karen Reed effect, right? They want to call Proctor just to say the same things about him that happened in the Karen Reed trial. But where's the bad investigation? We'll have to see if that ties in. Micah Ruddle, love you, RA. Always happy to be here. 33 months. OG. Thank you. The fan is counterclockwise, bringing warm air up. Well, maybe they don't know how to. Maybe you have to climb all the way up and pull that little chain to reverse the direction, and nobody has a ladder because it's really high. It's really high. All right, let's do this. If you have dug into this case at all or followed it, share in chat your favorite incriminating Google search from this case. What does OG? OG means original goat. I don't know when we started doing this, but basically we've got goat means greatest of all time. So an original greatest of all time is a throwback to some of those people who've been with the channel for a long time, some from the very beginning. We started during the Darrell Brooks trial doing this, and we had, the first day we had 14 people, the second day we had 45, the third day we had 450, and the fourth day we had over like 13,000 people come through on that live stream. And many of them have returned regularly, and some of them have been here every day since. So it's like original gangster, but we use goat instead because we like the screaming goat. It's said out of love, so please don't Don't be upset that I call you an OG. I'm not insinuating that you, in fact, are involved in any gang activity. Mal's your pal, member for 22 months, OG. If I was a juror, the defendant holding a rosary would bother me. I feel these instances it's for show. I think it gave that vibe, and I don't hold it against him to do that. I think anyone who has religious beliefs, whether it be the Bible that we've seen all the way back to Darrell Brooks' case, or I think we've even seen it in some other cases as well. Oh no, that was the guy who wrote his own book. He was reading his own book in prison. If I were a defendant and I were wrongfully charged, I might be clinging to something I believed in, right? I can see the rationale there, but for me, a lot of those beliefs would be more internal and not necessarily presented so openly. Rosary beads are very visual. They're very recognizable. We're in an area where a lot of people are Christian and might see that symbol and recognize it for what it means, meaning that this is a fellow believer along those lines. But it also is a little out of place. I mean, we all saw it and just thought, wow, that's an interesting choice, right? It's an interesting choice. And it sort of does come across as for show. I'm not sure if he's going to bring him every day or what, but I mean, we had some. Maya had some in her trial, and that was brought up in that civil trial as well. Let's see. Worst Google searches. Here we go. I forget the exact question he asked Google, but one about missing teeth. That one is ouch. Yeah, broken teeth. Can you identify a body with broken teeth? How to dismember a body? How to get rid of a body if you really need to? It's the really need to part that just makes that. He's like, look, I really need to get rid of this body. As if that would affect Google. It's like, oh, okay, now that you've told me how serious your need is, I will give you the correct answers. Before that, I was thinking, nah, he probably doesn't want to do it, right? Google. Can you imagine if he used AI on this one? Just, hey, Grok. Not a sponsor, by the way. Let's see. Amber has been here since the beginning. I love it. Let's see. Or share your favorite incriminating Google search from your own search history. I would always use the from a friend line if you're going to do that. Let's see. The hair and teeth mentions are the worst because they're so personal. Let's see. I like Grainer's idea better. Share your own incriminating Google search. Who in the true crime world or the followers of true crime doesn't have at least one of those incriminating searches? And it happens so innocently, right? You're sitting here, you're watching court, and they say, and the defendant searched this, and you're like, I wonder what would come up. Just out of pure curiosity level, I wonder what would come up. Like, are there websites for that what they're searching for? And before you know it, you're on Google, you've hit enter, and it's there. It's entered in your search history, and you can delete it if you want, but Google still knows, right? Because they were on the receiving end and they have records. You know you have something in your search history. We're a very dedicated bunch. Yes, you are. I think these breaks are union mandated for the court staff. My Google searches would be so bad. Yeah. Did he break her teeth in the unaliving? That's what I'd be asking. Pantoufle, based on I will say tools he bought, here's what we know. We have a knife that broke, so it was used to cut things that knives are probably not designed to cut, or it was used in a way that knives were not designed to be used. Say that would be a stabby motion usually. If it was like a steak knife or something that's designed to cut and it was used to stab, it can break that way. Also, if you hit bone with a knife, the tip can break, things like that. So we have a knife. We know we have a hacksaw. Hacksaws are not for cutting flesh, but for usually cutting bone. We know that because he's Googled hacksaw, best tool for dismembering. So we're cutting through cartilage and bone there. We have a hatchet and a hammer, which are the hatchet has a sharp edge, swing, cut, break. It can be used for breaking bone. Both can also be used to smash bits of bone or teeth. There's a lot, and there was a ton of blood. It took 17 bottles of hydrogen peroxide to help clean it up and multiple rugs. When does the dead body start to smell? That was one. How long can I hold on to this evidence, this dead body, before I need to do something about it? Katrina Buddy says, my coworker and I looked up most prolific serial killers on a lunch break, but forgot we were using our work laptop. We just hoped nobody would check our search history. Your security guy who's going through his reports at the end of the day is like, oh, watch desk 2. Something's not right there. I don't Google things like that during a trial. You just watch. You're safe then. You're safe. Maybe teeth got knocked out when he rolled her out of bed. Why was that part in there? Why did the defense add this that we have no evidence of? We have no evidence that he took her body and shoved her out of the bed onto the floor. Why would they add that? Because he was confused? It's like, hey, honey, love of my life, who we just planned a future with, get out of the bed. No dead people allowed. What? I think he hated her, full of rage. I did Google fake lie detector results, says Mom of 3, after watching the Letitia Stout trial. Wonder if Ask Jeeves is still around. It might be. They don't look at Google searches anymore, it seems. You can use a different browser, is what you're saying? Oh, here we go. We might be coming back to court. Slow pan past the justice's. Mom's here. The scarf is gone. The notepad is present. Green pen. Trying to see what else she has in her hands there. Nice little carousel. Is that a carousel pony for the brooch? Open the door for the defendant, who will be making entrance here in just a moment. The evidence will show that the defendant did not want her remains to be recognizable. Rita, I think you're right. This personal escort. Yeah. There we go. He's still got the rosary in the right hand, which means he's allowed to take it with him. Sister and I are always looking at names and autopsy photos of missing people. She runs a channel for helping solve missing people, so our searches are vastly incriminating. So he's brought in shackled and handcuffed. As soon as that's clear, the judge is called. So she's been quite prompt, which I like that. We might have a court without timeliness issues. Always curious as to the brand of water that they're drinking. It looks like this is generic. It's like a generic brand. Does anyone recognize that water bottle? I'm a big fan of Deer Park water. Not a sponsor yet. Deer Park, I've reached out multiple times. I cannot tell you how many cases of Deer Park water I've gone through over the last 3 years. Is it great value? Walmart store brand water. Baby Shark says, I'm a writer. I've looked up a lot of info about species involving specifics involving injuries and death. So I'm sunk. Good morning, Mel. Good to have you here. Paula Mack, hello. I do appreciate all those who hit the like button. That definitely does help the channel out. It is super free. By super free, it means it costs absolutely $0. And it's something you can do every time you join us, at least once a day. Still recovering from Thanksgiving. We are as well. My family decided that in addition to doing the regular Thanksgiving traditions, we decided to all get the flu except for me. Everybody but me got the flu. And we're still recovering. I feel awfully close to Brian right now. Like I can feel his breath in my ear when he whispers. We're just zoomed right in. You got the flu too? Here's what we agreed to do. We decided not to pass it on. I know people say sharing is caring, but we hunkered down. We battened the hatches. We went nowhere. We didn't invite anyone over. We just said, look, the flu came to us from somebody else. We know where it came from. Please don't take your kids sick to my son's work. Just a little PSA. Don't bring your sick kids to my son's work. We know where it came from. Not going to out anybody, but we decided not to pass it on. So it's not that we're not hospitable and didn't want to see people on Thanksgiving, but we just kept it to ourselves.
You are unmuted.
Judge, could we come to sidebar?
Yes.
There are those rosary beads. Okay. I'm assuming we're zooming on the rosary beads. Please tell me that's what we were designed to see in that shot. Otherwise, that was really awkward, just for a moment. Another sidebar. We're about to call the first witness of the trial who will take up the majority of today. He's going to be on the only witness on the stand today, but we're going to hear the recordings, which, fingers crossed, they're good. Please make them good recordings. That's my goal in life, is to upgrade everyone's police department interrogation rooms with great audio equipment and high-quality recorders and great camera angles. We have the technology. We can do this. You'll notice that the rosary beads are in his right hand. I'm not sure if that is a thing, right? I don't know if they have to be in that hand, but it's the hand that's closest to the jury, which means it's the one that's the most visible. Did you get the flu from the turkey? No, the turkey was fine. Nobody got food poisoning. Most people didn't have an appetite on Thanksgiving, honestly. I cooked everything. I cooked the turkey. Mrs. Ari helped with the stuffing, which we did the microwave version. I did the mashed potatoes. We did store-bought rolls this time because Mrs. Ari was not up to making her own. What else do we have? She did a Jell-O salad type thing. I did the gravy. Had a lot of really yummy food. Very grateful, very thankful. He has to use his most performative hand for his performative performance. Mom is not looking happy this morning. Mrs. R.A. did not get the flu, but at least not the same way. I mean, all our kids were running 103-degree fevers.
Not yet.
And it was like instant onset. You were like, you're doing just fine, and then suddenly...
So I noticed during the opening statements that this room, which...
All rise to the court, please.
Not yet. This room, which has terrible acoustics, is being made even more intolerable, I would say, by the typing that's going on in the front row. So I'm going to ask, press is welcome here at all times. It sounds like you're taking a transcript of what's going on. That's fine, but I'm going to ask all three people in the front row to move it back.
Take your typewriters and move to the back row. We're sick of your clicking computers, says the judge. It's a little judge attitude. If we were counting
and we'll see how it sounds in this next time, and I encourage the lawyers. I hear certain things, but I'm quite a distance from you. I found it disruptive to what I'm doing, and so I expect that you found it disruptive to what you're doing, and I want to make sure that you are clear-headed and can do your job. So if you find that that's not working, you let me know. All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
The judge has very quietly said, we're about to kick out the press. Oh,
All rise for the court, please. Jurors entering.
I have the loudest mechanical keyboard. It's a Red Dragon mechanical keyboard, and it's... The only thing that could be louder was the old typewriter with the swing arm typewriter. That's the only thing louder than my keyboard. Yeah. Everyone bring quiet keyboards tomorrow, or else the press is getting kicked out. Yay for Red Dragon. Not a sponsor yet. Red Dragon, love your stuff. I've got a mouse. Got the matching Red Dragon mouse as well.
You may be seated.
So, jurors, now we're going to start the evidence in the case. The Commonwealth may call its first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, the Commonwealth would call Harrison Schmidt.
First up, Harrison Schmidt. We should have good audio here, so we'll turn the volume down a bit so it doesn't get too loud. We've got a good mic if he stays at the podium. Careful, we're about to see jurors.
I'm nervous. solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you should give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
Just step right in there. Slide this. Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Harrison Schmidt, S-C-H-M-I-D-T.
And sir, I'm going to ask if you can keep that microphone a little bit closer to you so it will help amplify. Now, sir, where do you work?
Cohasset Police Department.
And what is your rank at the Cohasset Police Department?
Sergeant.
And how long have you been with the Cohasset Police Department?
Full-time since 2012.
And how long have you been a sergeant?
Since January 2023.
Before January of 2023, what was your rank within the police department?
Detective.
And how long have you been a detective?
Since 2014.
And what were your responsibilities in January of 2023?
General investigations.
In addition to doing general investigations as a detective, did you have additional responsibilities with the Cohasset Police Department?
Yes. The lead firearms instructor, taser instructor, certified to certify officers to become firearm instructors, use of force for the department, and active shooter.
Now, in addition to the Cohasset Police Department, do you work with any other law enforcement organizations?
Yes.
Which one, sir?
The Metropolitan Law Enforcement Council.
Can you tell us what that is?
It's MetroLEC. It's a consortium of police departments that come together with mutual aid to share resources and personnel to create specialized teams.
How many police departments are a member of MetroLEC?
About 50.
And how long have you been a member of MetroLEC?
Since 2015.
And what is your responsibilities within MetroLEC?
I'm on the SWAT team, and I'm the lead firearms instructor for the SWAT team.
And does MetroLEC have a search and rescue team?
They do.
Can you tell us about the SWAT team's interplay with search and rescue?
The Metro SAR team, search and rescue, if they need physical searchers, they will pull from the SWAT pool.
Now, as a result of working with MetroLEC and Cohasset Police Department, how many fatal investigations have you been involved in?
Dozens.
And how many missing person cases have you been involved in?
Between both, about a dozen.
And, sir, with your missing person cases, have you been able to recover each individual?
No.
And what are some of the reasons why not?
Medical issues, exposure to the elements, suicide.
Now, are you familiar with the investigation into the disappearance of Anna Walshe?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that investigation, sir?
I'm the lead investigator.
And when did you become involved in that investigation, sir?
Wait.
January 4th, 2023.
You have a lead investigator? Karen Reed didn't have one of those. It was for like shared duties.
And about what time on January 4th did you become involved?
I was notified on my way back from SWAT training by a supervisor that there was a missing persons investigation beginning in patrol. So I was requested to respond and assist.
And so about what time of day do you think that may have been?
I went to the police station about 4:00 p.m.
Now, sir, when you went to the police station, what did you do to begin your investigation?
I coordinated with the patrol officers that initially responded to investigate.
Yes.
I reviewed their reports. I conducted queries in law enforcement databases to get background information.
And after doing all of these activities, did you have the opportunity to do anything else to further your investigation that afternoon or evening?
Yes.
What did you do?
I went to Mr. Walsh's home and interviewed him.
Now, where is Mr. Walsh's home?
516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
And can you tell us about that street? First off, I take it's in Cohasset.
Yes.
And does that street go by any other designation?
CJC Highway or Route 3A.
And so, as it being Route 3A, is it a busy street or is it like kind of a smaller side street?
It is 2 lanes divided by a double yellow line, main thoroughfare through town.
And about what time did you go to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
About 6:30 p.m.
And who went with you?
Officer Lawrence.
And why did you bring Officer Lawrence?
He was the initial patrol responding officer.
And so that night when you got to the Walsh residence, can you tell us what happened when you arrived?
I was greeted by Mr. Walsh.
Okay. And when you were greeted by Mr. Walsh, who else was home at this point in time?
His 3 children.
And what were the children doing?
They were eating McDonald's.
And whereabouts?
In the kitchen, there's a kitchen island that they were seated at.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, the Commonwealth would seek to what's been marked as Exhibit 1, a photograph with the file number SLD 7068.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
Ms. Gilman?
Marked and admitted as Exhibit 1.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do we want to move them all in? Are there
There's no objection.
objections to this group? I just want to be as efficient as possible. Do you want to move them all in?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. How many are there?
52, Your Honor.
Okay. And do you have an index of what their designation is, or can you get that to the court just so that we have a record of that?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll give that to the court at the lunch.
All right. So any objections? I know you've, and by the way, jurors, before a case starts, the parties work together collaboratively to see what evidence they can agree to and what they can't to limit the rulings. And they've agreed that these 52 photos are fair and accurate representations of what they report, and so the defense is agreeing that those 52 photos offered by the Commonwealth are now marked and admitted into evidence. They will be marked by the appropriate court staff as 1 to 52.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No evidence. Thank you.
Now, sir, looking at Exhibit 1, can you tell us what we're looking at? Oh, well, you were going to have a tough time looking at the back. And if I could, sir, I'm going to ask that you could put that as close to the judge's bench as possible.
Oh, sorry.
So it's not blocking any view of you.
Sure, sorry.
Thank you.
Defense.
Sir, can you see it?
Yes.
Excellent. What are we looking at?
This is the front of the residence at 516 CJC Highway.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Gilman, if we could have Exhibit 2, file number SLD 7067. What is this we're looking at, sir?
Still the front of the house, focusing on the right front corner.
Love
and
that
at that right front corner, are there any other entrances or egresses to the house?
Yes, there's a side door recessed on that little 3-step porch.
When you went to the house that night, which door did you go to?
That door.
And perhaps now's a good time for me to ask you, can you tell me how this house is situated from the street at Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
It's set back a long driveway. In front is another house and a used auto car dealership. It's in a wooded area.
And that's what's around the house, is the wooded area?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, could we have Exhibit 3, file number 7175? Sir, what part of the house was this?
This is the kitchen.
And when you got to the home that evening, where were the children?
In those island bar seats.
Now, you get to the house. What is it that you do with Mr. Walsh that evening?
We sat at the dining room table and conducted an interview.
And do you see Mr. Walsh here today?
I do.
Could you identify him for the court, please?
The gentleman seated over there, blue suit, white shirt.
Your Honor, if the record may reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Now, sir, where did the conversation with Mr. Walsh take place?
The dining room.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 4, 7178? So, what is it that we're looking at here?
This is the dining room.
And where was Mr. Walsh when you had your conversation with him?
Seated in that front right corner towards the camera.
And where were you seated?
The far seat, the seat that has that black jacket on the back of it.
Where was Officer Lorenz?
On the window bench.
And where were the children while this interview took place?
They were in and out of the room.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 5, 7177? Sir, what are we looking at here?
This is the area in between the dining room table and that kitchen island.
It's a nice house.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have the next exhibit, Exhibit 6, 7131? I'm sorry, 7124. My apologies. And sir, what is this again?
This is a closer view of that buffet table.
And then when you were there that night, what was in the house as far as pets?
A dog.
Ms. Gilman, can we have 7131, which I believe is Exhibit now 7? Sir, where is this in the home?
If you go in that side door, you're in a hallway. If you take a right, there's a sunken-in family room.
And is that dog the one that was home that night?
Yes, Hans.
Any difficulties with the dog that night when you were talking to Mr. Walsh?
No.
And where was the dog that night when you spoke with Mr. Walsh?
In that crate.
It's a very small box for a very big dog. Chloe!
Your Honor, at this point in time, the Commonwealth would seek to play the interview of January 4th. I have not marked this in the exhibit yet, but I have it on an individual drive.
All right. Subject to the objections that have been preserved. Any other objections?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So this will be, are you offering it?
I'm offering to have this marked as the exhibit, and
All right.
Ms. Gilman will be able to play it.
It'll be marked and admitted now into evidence as Exhibit 53.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Exhibit 53, you've had the opportunity to review that, correct?
Yes,
And does that fairly and accurately reflect the conversation you had with Mr. Walsh that night?
it does.
Thank you. At this point in time, Ms. Gilman, I'd ask if you could press play on Exhibit 53, the interview from January 4th.
Okay. Fingers crossed for good audio.
Okay, the recorder is on. It is 18:39 on Wednesday, January 4th, 2023. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective with Cohasset Police. Present here is Officer Lawrence. And Sir Brian, could you give me your name?
Yeah, Brian Walsh.
Brian Walsh, okay. Brian, what's your date of birth?
13175.
Okay, and we're at your home 516 CJC Highway.
Yes, it's right now.
Perfect. So could you do me a favor? I know you've explained a lot of this today. Could you just do me a favor and start at the beginning? So I understand your wife, Anna, she travels a lot for work.
She's in D.C. for this great new job she got. Okay. And we're to follow up shortly, but it's taking longer.
Awesome. So starting most recently, she was at work.
1 second.
Yep.
It's okay. Can you please let me finish this, and I'm going to get you what you need, please? Yes. Okay,
1 second. Do whatever. We're on your turf, so do whatever you need.
Okay, I got it.
This is here.
Honest, you guys will behave. Thank you. All right, yes, go ahead.
So most recently, so Anna, it's my understanding that Anna came home on Was it Friday?
Friday morning she arrived, yes.
Friday morning she came home,
Yes.
okay. And she flew from D.C. to...
Yes, I can
Okay.
show you she sent me that information.
Sure, I would love to.
You can look up. Yeah, you can look through all of them, but that was the last one she sent me.
This is
That's
word text.
No, she texted me so I would know when she was coming in. I'd ask.
So this is your text.
Yeah, my text chain was on it, so you can look. You can take a look at that. Whatever you want to do with that.
All right. So it looks like on last Thursday at 7:36 p.m. There's a screenshot of the JetBlue app, and it's a travel itinerary. It's a flight B6254, dated December 30th, from DCA, Terminal 2, the C28, to Boston, Terminal C, the C33. So it departs at 6:30 a.m. Arrives at Boston 7:57 a.m. And then do you mind if I just look at...
Please look at anything that's going to help you. Please look at anything. She sent me some, she had a day with Thomas, so she sent me some videos of that. And then you'll get into the area where I start texting her to me. And if you want to look at it, there's probably a year's worth of text there. If any of that is supportive, please.
Sure. No, I'm not looking to pry. I'm just really...
I'm open. Trust me. That's...
No, I appreciate it. So Friday around 6:01 a.m., you text flight on time.
Right.
She responds, amongst other things, yes, boarding now. Friday 7:59 a.m. landed.
This is an interview done in Brian's home.
Friday 12:07 p.m.
Audio only.
Of Anna and the oldest? Thomas.
Yeah.
6 years old. My man. More photos Friday evening. Did you take these photos?
I took that photo.
Okay. You took these and sent them to Anna?
She usually would just send them to herself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so she
would take my phone and send them to herself.
Okay.
The ones that she liked.
Very good.
Okay, I know it's exciting for you guys.
So that was a series of 7 photos sent Friday at 6:33 p.m. And Anna sent this group of photos?
I believe so. So I took the photos. A lot of times I take the photos and she takes my phone and sends them to herself.
Okay. Monday 2:33 p.m. A text from you to Anna. Monday 7:18 p.m. Another text. Yesterday, bring a text. 6:39 a.m. Continuing to 8:30 a.m.
Usually she'd be back in touch with me at this point.
Okay. What's Viber? Calling you in Viber now?
Viber is what her sister uses. That's how it's like a WhatsApp or something.
Oh, okay.
So Viber is from a long time ago. She would use that to communicate with Europe and stuff like that. So when her SIM card died last week, she called me on Viber. So I thought I'd call Viber.
Okay.
Sister uses it, so I tried every sort of situation I could to get in touch.
Okay.
Before blowing the whistle or ringing the bell or anything.
Sure. Did the SIM card issue ever get resolved?
I believe so. Her phone was working when she came here.
Okay. It's my understanding that it's a company phone.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So
And it's on Verizon, if you know?
no, so we're on Verizon. I don't know what the company is on, but I know that she was part of our family plan, and then she just ported over.
She brought the number over to their system?
Well, she took the phone over.
Okay.
So like that was canceled and then moved over.
Okay.
But I think she took the number as well because we didn't change numbers.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So she took the family plan number
And the phone.
to work, and then work to start paying for it?
Yeah, basically,
Okay,
yeah.
excellent.
I guess they call it porting it over.
Yep, when one carrier picks up the other carrier.
Yeah, but I think they don't use Verizon.
Okay.
T-Mobile maybe.
Okay. Okay, so she flies in. I see the text around 7 a.m. How does she get from the airport to home?
Yeah,
Here?
she always Uber or Lyft.
Uber or Lyft,
Yeah,
okay.
and Uber was one and Lyft would be two.
Okay. And then, so she gets dropped off here?
She usually they drop her off further down because no one can find the place. So, but that's pretty much.
Sure. So,
that's why I was in contact. When she's arriving, there's more contact than when she's going to D.C. Normally, like she's off pretty quick. So,
work,
right.
work,
So if it had just been reversed, it would have been a totally different situation. But I heard from her, I don't know what's going on now.
Sure.
She's supposed to be here, so.
Sure. Okay, so she comes home Friday morning.
Yes.
Do you guys do anything together, or what are you doing?
Run
me through the weekend if you don't mind.
Yeah, with pleasure. I had some when she was running late, so I took William and Brian to kinder care. It's where the daycare is where I picked them up from.
Yep.
And Thomas was off, so I said, would you like to have a day with Thomas? I'm just going to go, okay, Thomas. I just am going to do a few errands that I've already scheduled for. And then she was having a good time, and then I came back, and then we spent the rest of the day with the evening with the kids, and then we hung out. And then she was a bit tired when she came. She wasn't feeling well. Okay, guys. Okay, and so Saturday was December 31st. She went to work out in the morning, and
what's the gym?
Yeah, it's Bar Method in here.
Bar Method?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fries are done.
She went to Glossy Nails to have her nails done for the new year.
Is that also in Hingham?
I believe so, yes.
Go back to Friday. Do you guys just hang in the house? Or did
Yes, that's it, yeah. No, we didn't go
for lunch?
No, we were just here in the house. Yeah.
So she was here, you ran some errands.
Yeah.
And then you just hung out in the house.
Yeah, then with the kids, doing family time.
All right. So then she hits Bar Method in Hingham for the gym in the morning.
Yes.
Saturday.
Yes.
And then Glossy Nails.
Yes.
Okay.
Because that was the last time I used my phone to say, they're okay.
Yep.
And she said, yeah, I just decided to get my nails done. I was like, okay, great. Oh, thank you. Okay. And then she said, then she came over and she said, hey, I'm going to take the kids. I'll give you a break. I'm going to take the kids to a place in Canton, the Wonderland over there. It's an indoor place. Okay, so this is what, and then my son took my phone up to his room. Okay, sorry. Okay.
Sorry, I'm gonna give you.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Thomas, can you make a movie? Can you organize movies for your brothers? Thank you so much. This guy's mesmerized by you. What happened was,
My son took
I was like, that would be great, so I get ready because we're making dinner for her former boss, Jim.
Okay.
So she hadn't seen him face to face for a while, so I said, I got some time alone to prepare dinner and get everything together, and she took the Jim. Yeah. A lot of people call him Jim. He's been on the phone with me 5 times today as well. So he came over, and then we had
dinner here.
Yeah, we had dinner here. Yeah, we had dinner here. We celebrated the New Year, and then signed the bottle. She signed 23 being the best year ever, and then
I'm working on it. I'm working on it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. There you go. Okay. Okay. See, that's how it happens. At that time, I didn't have access to my phone. Okay. So, sorry, he does that a lot. I apologize. He's not supposed to.
The kids had the phone, right?
Yeah. Okay. So William, the excited one, took it up to his room. I didn't know it was there, but I knew it was going to turn up. We have a lot of worry that it's going to be thrown out. And he had thrown out my wife's phone apparently a while ago. That's the age of the kids, but they have a tendency to throw stuff away. So then she'd been on the phone a lot, or texting with work, and she mentioned with Jem that she was worried about work and things like that.
Okay.
And I was like, all right. She was scheduled to leave Tuesday morning early. And then she said that there was an emergency at work, one of the buildings, and that she had to leave early in the morning. Sunday morning. And I was like, okay, normally I would have been like, that's ridiculous, but she worked up until 7 p.m. on December 24th in another building in D.C.
Okay. So
I thought, all right, this is, we're going to be together soon enough as a family. It's fine, we make this decision together. So,
do you know what kind of issue arose?
She didn't explain it to me.
Some kind of.
But there was one of the buildings had a bunch of leaks. Another building the FBI raided at one point. Another building there was a disgruntled tenant, and so she was dealing with all of that. She's the regional manager there. So I didn't know because. I didn't want, I was like, all right, well, whatever has to be done. And then she said, hey, I'm going to have time off for Martin Luther King Day. I can be here for 4, maybe 5 days. And I was like, well, that's great. That's great news. And she only brings her bag. Her carry bag is normally a Louis Vuitton bag. Okay. And she didn't bring, she just brings a little bit of stuff. She's got
Louis Vuitton?
all over this place. Or she just goes and buys it. And then what happened?
Do you say dispose bodies?
Then she woke me up around 6 and said she was going. She came down. I guess Thomas heard her and came down, and she said, I have to go. And he said, I love you very much. And she said, I love you very much. And then he said that she left and got in a taxi, but I don't think he saw it because it was further down. But if you want to talk to him, but he said it was a taxi, and I was like, can you describe the car? He's like, well, I really didn't see it, Dad. So I was like, okay. So he was coming down to get, I think,
Maybe Anna said taxi.
Maybe she's my driver, but I know that she was not driving. There's no way she was driving a vehicle. There's like zero possibility of that.
Okay. When was she originally scheduled to fly back?
Well, it was Tuesday at probably 8:30 or 8, or the early flight that she takes. But what was I going to say? I never got the confirmation for that. Okay. But she usually just sends me her arrival because that's the most important for us once she's with the kids and everything and scheduling. Right. So.
Okay. Does she particularly travel on JetBlue?
Yeah, she got a JetBlue credit card that gave her 80,000 points, and she doesn't like getting new credit cards, but she was like, well, we're doing this a lot. So she had gotten that. I had no access to that. She just got it, but she also started to use it more because she needed to spend a certain amount of money to get the points. So that changed our whole dynamic over the last month.
Yep, that makes sense. So she's been flying JetBlue lately. Is it a particular airport that she's going to as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's JetBlue or American Airlines. American Airlines is second. Okay. This is Jim. You guys don't want to talk to him, do you?
Not yet,
gotcha. So JetBlue number 1, American Airlines number 2. That's all I know. I don't think she ever took anything else. And someone said maybe she took a connecting flight. She never took a connecting flight. Even once in the summer where they had the thunderstorms and she couldn't. She spent 8 hours at the airport. She didn't even consider, like, well, I just go get stuck somewhere. It's not D.C. or Boston, so that's no good. So I don't think that happened at all. I can't imagine that. And then it was always DCA and it was always Logan. It was never, she never went to National or anything like that.
Okay. So what You heard this from William as to the whole taxi mention?
Thomas, this is my
I'm sorry,
6-year-old,
Thomas.
yeah. William doesn't have it.
Yeah, well, that was time.
Yeah, William's story would be much more fantastical.
Why do you think Thomas was up?
He gets up early, and he's always watching. I let him sleep with his iPad, so he wakes up and starts doing that. And then I guess, anytime he hears action downstairs, like during when we were having the dinner and celebrating, he came down to say hello to Jem. So anytime he hears something, he comes down. So he must have heard his mother, and he was like, "Oh, great, I'm awake," so he came down.
Okay.
Because when he was on the couch, I came down and said, "I'm sorry, Mommy had to leave early."
Yep.
And he said, "I already met that, Daddy. I said goodbye to her."
Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Because I was like, okay.
The son said goodbye to her.
Because he was on the couch earlier than normal but he had been off the whole week, so he had a lot of rest. So.
Okay. So going back to New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
So it's you, Anna,
and
the boys, and Jem.
Yeah. Well, the boys we put them to bed. Jem didn't get here till 8.
Okay.
And Anna
They're all in bed.
Yeah. Anna took them to that indoor play. So totally.
Is it Wonderland?
I call it Wonderland. It's probably indoor play Canton. It's in Canton. It's an indoor play. I don't have the exact name. Anna was on top of that.
Okay. So it's you, Jem, and Anna.
And then
doing the dinner.
Yeah. And then Thomas came and hung out, and we heard what was going on, and then finally went to bed.
Okay. So how did the night progress? How late did Jem stay over?
Yeah, Jem stayed till almost 1 or so. Like after midnight at our age with kids, we're like, okay, good, we did it. I was like, it's past our bedtime. When you're younger, you're like, hey, what's next?
I was in bed at 10:30.
Yeah, right. There you go. Yeah. So, and that's when during that time, Anna was dealing with her phone a lot, and she'd gotten a message from Adela, who I've spoken to today, who was like, hey, you didn't see me before you left, and so he was upset. And then she was seeming I don't know, she seemed like the last couple of weeks, she seemed like under pressure at her job. And she mentioned, even Jem spoke about it today, there were a lot of things she didn't like doing or she's not good at. So that seemed to be on her mind. She spoke to me a few days before saying she wanted to see a psychiatrist. And I was like, yeah, we're apart. It's been difficult for all of us. I've seen a therapist, like I told you today, the last 35 years. So anything that would support you is fine. And then, I always make fun of her as my super sturdy woman. So, it seems like she was invincible. And so that was going on, and then she said that she had to go. After Jem left, she said she had to go.
Okay.
And I was like...
So maybe around 1:30?
Yeah, maybe before, like, after 1:30.
Okay.
And then, because she was like, we're going to go to bed. And I was like, what's this? She's like, Brian, I really have to go back. And that's when she told me, and I was like, that seems odd, but I get what's going on. She was supposed to be here the whole week.
Right.
But she didn't get here until Friday because she was just too much work that she was trying to keep up with. So the schedule has been, thank you. Thank you. But the schedule has been like that for the past few months, where she's been having to cut back on family time. And it's been difficult for all of us, definitely.
Sure. When exactly how many months ago did she start the job, or when did the whole new arrangement?
Yeah, it's been a while. We've been here for 9 months almost. We were only supposed to be here for a few months, and then things took longer. Hello, hi. Okay, thank you. Okay, and then at first it was supposed to be in Boston, the job.
Yeah.
And she worked at the Boston property. And then that wasn't working out, and then she moved to D.C., and then I was like, all right, well, we'll do this. It shouldn't take long, and then, things progressed, so that was not the best.
Okay. I can imagine that's got to be tough.
Yeah. The only problems that we had in our marriage were that we weren't spending time together. That was during the pandemic, a lot of people got divorced. We enjoyed family time.
Loved it.
Yeah, everybody loved it. Yeah.
Sure. Okay, so what's the time frame? So Jem leaves between 1 and 1:30?
No, Jem leaves like 1, let's say 12:50, 1 o'clock. Because I remember looking at the clock, it was close to 1.
Okay.
And then Anna and I were talking, and then I went to the bathroom, and she said, have to, let's go to bed. And I said, sure. And then I was like, let me clean up. And that's when she said that she had to go. She's like, I would have to go tomorrow.
Okay.
And she'd made mention that she might have to leave early, earlier on Saturday. Then she confirmed it, but she always was like, hey, I'm going to be there early, I'm going to stay longer, and then she's like, I can't do it. So I think maybe I was putting a lot of pressure on her for more family time, and she was having a hard time speaking up.
Yeah, that's understandable. All right, so you think by 1:30 you both were upstairs and going to bed?
Yeah, absolutely. We both asleep at 1:30.
Okay, and then she was to catch a early flight.
Early flight. So she only got. This is why she's always been tired. She wasn't feeling well on Friday to begin with, and she was very ill the week before. I want to say because I got sick too. The kids got sick, then I got sick, and she came. Everyone got sick.
Boys run around.
So everyone's sick a lot. So, but I want to say on on the 27th, she worked from home. She was so sick, which is very rare.
Okay.
So, but she was feeling better. But I noticed a difference there, and then she probably got 2.5 or 3 hours of sleep.
Okay.
And then she gets up, and you hear her like in the bathroom getting ready.
Yep.
And then it must have been 6. I didn't see the clock, but it was dark outside still. So.
Okay.
And that's when she came down. And then she does the final cleans up and stuff like that.
Okay. Did you sleep through that whole morning routine?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I used to get up, and she was like, "You're going to be ruined. The boys are going to get up." So I was like, "You're right." But she comes and kisses me.
Okay. And then, have you heard any other communication or seen any other? Does she have social media?
Yes, she has a bunch of social media. People have already been looking into it. Yep. I guess her iMessenger comes up on my phone for some reason. I don't know. So people have been sending messages, and I think they're for me, but they're for Anna. Okay. And her Instagram, I have some access to, but I don't do any social media really. So it's her domain. But everyone is called saying that they thought that they saw. Some action on the Facebook, Jem and Adela, and I said it must be me. Comes through, and I look at it because normally I don't. But now I'm looking at everything that comes in.
Yeah.
But there have been I don't think there have been any new posts because I've asked everyone who does it
to keep an eye out.
Yeah, if there have been any new, but it does not seem like she's on Instagram and Facebook.
Instagram and Facebook.
I don't know of any other platforms.
All right. So. Sunday morning when she leaves, you haven't heard anything?
No. Okay. But just to be clear, I didn't have the phone, and last week on it was the 24th. She had that work at Mazda building or something. So I didn't hear. We spoke in the morning, but I didn't hear from her all day. And then she was supposed to be here on a flight, and she missed that flight on the 25th.
Okay.
And she drove up.
Okay.
At that point, that's when I freaked out because she was coming here. So I'm like, well, where is she? I haven't heard from her.
Right.
Super weird. And that's when I said, you're missing. And I'm going to call Sally, her sister.
This is the 24th.
The 6th, 25th. I'm sorry, 25th. Yeah.
So
Christmas Day. Because she worked all night New Year's Eve, which I was not happy about, but I understand. She was supposed to be here early on the 25th. She wasn't here. And I didn't have, she hadn't sent me her flight info.
Okay.
That's one of the few times. So then I started to really get nervous, and I called Sally and Alyssa, and I called Jem, but I didn't say anything to Jem. And then I called my mother, and I was gonna file this first report right there. So I was like, And then she called. And said, I'm driving up. I was at the airport. My flight was canceled. I was busy. I couldn't get in touch with you.
Okay.
And I was like, okay. So this time around, it was a bit different. She's going to D.C. now. And I didn't have the phone, so I just emailed her saying, I hope everything's okay, and all that's fine.
So, where was your phone on Sunday?
So Saturday at 11 a.m., I guess William took it and put it up in his bed. It was under, Thomas found it under his pillow. on Monday at that 2:30 time when I got in touch with her.
Okay.
But I emailed her twice before that, but I was like, you know what, it's fine. I don't want to, you know, every time my wife needs 5 minutes. So, and then I started getting nervous, and then on Tuesday, I started to call around, and I remember her telling me, hey, don't call work. Don't embarrass me at work, Brian. And I was like, sure. So I called Sally and everyone, and then I was like, and then this morning, that's when I was like, I have to, and
we're going on another day.
Yeah. So now it's Wednesday, today's Wednesday, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I lost, and then this morning, that's when I started calling everyone, and then the Tishman Spire people got back to me very quickly. I left a message at their off-site sales. I said, can you please say Brian Walshe called? I called another building that we would pick up, and I was going to call her boss, Jeff Chod, who I didn't have his number, but I was looking for it. Yeah. And then it was Graham that called me and said, is everything okay? And I said, I don't know. She had work. And he said, I didn't see her yesterday.
Okay.
And that's when things kind of moved a lot quicker.
Okay. All right. Very good. That all sounds reasonable. Has she ever forgotten her phone or left her phone here before?
She's never left her phone here. I mean, she's pretty good at it. It has happened. Yeah. It has happened, but I don't think she's ever left her phone here.
Okay. Does she ever turn the phone off or put it on vibrate or anything like that, or does she always keep the ringer on?
No, she definitely turns it on. In the evening we have to. So,
is she on call at times where she would always keep her phone on, or is she okay to just shut it off at night?
She would turn on the side. She never turns the phone off though.
Okay.
So the phone is almost always on. I mean, a lot of times she's running out of battery.
That would be my next question. Is she one of the types that's always looking for phone chargers?
Yeah, no, we have also the kids are destroying them all the time, and so here at the house, she's always looking for juice for her phone.
Okay. Okay. Does anything else come to mind that we should be aware of?
I mean, I talked to my wife even though that we've been doing this for a while and we haven't had it, I talk to her a lot. And even if she can't talk, she sends me a text saying, I'll call you right back or something. I mean, it's very rare. It's 1 or 2 times that I didn't hear from her, and then I freaked out, and then she's like, you need to take it easy. I mean, it's too much pressure, Brian. I said, sure, of course, I understand. Right. And now this time, I feel like I was not high pressure enough. I should have done something more. So my mother is always calling, and she's like, what's going on? She wants to hire private investigators and stuff like that. So I was like, so the detectives class are coming, the gentleman at Tishman Spire is head of global security, so.
Okay.
So I think we have a good shot here.
Yeah. You just slid that. My mother hires private detectives.
Do you have shared or access to her Uber or Lyft accounts? Or does she run her own?
Yeah, I don't use any of that stuff. Yeah, I'm driving around, and I never did. It worked out when I was single. My friends would pay for all the Ubers, but Anna was always ahead with the tech and things like that. Okay. And since she was, I never did anything to learn about it because I didn't have to. So I was,
does she have any family here stateside or New England?
Me and the boys, that's it. Okay. And then her sister is in Toronto. I told her sister you guys were coming, and that she's available to talk. Everyone's available to talk, whatever you want to ask.
Okay, perfect. Appreciate that. So she got a sister in Canada. Where's Anna's mother?
Okay, so Anna's mother's in Belgrade, and Anna was just there. Her mother has been sick. She was here, and then when she got back to Belgrade, so she went up. She was going to the hospital to do some work. So she and her sister were both there to support her mother at the end of November, beginning of December.
Okay, so not too long ago.
No.
And that's Serbia?
Yes, yes, Serbia. Okay. And Sally, her sister, called and let her mother know what was happening.
Okay.
So
any other siblings?
It's basically just the 3 of them. It's her and Sally and Malaka as her mother.
Okay. No brother or anything?
No.
Okay. Any half siblings or anything on the father's side?
There's someone. His name is Milan. He is a cousin. that they share land with, that they've been in a dispute with for, 30 years or 20 years. And that's been going back and forth for our entire marriage. They had a deal. It just fell apart. They went up to deal with that as well. Yes, but Sally and Anna do not get along with Milan at all.
But he's in kind of a tumultuous relationship.
There,
and there was activity related to that as recent as early December.
Yeah, they had to go deal with the lawyers, and they had a contract that was signed 5 years ago, but they had to, cancel it.
And it's like a land dispute.
It's a huge land dispute, yeah.
Do you have any other best friends? I know you mentioned Jem, which was an old.
Jem is, there's a girl named Carrie Westbrook. Carrie Westbrook. She's a very good friend of Anna. They both worked at the Inn of Washington. Jem and Adela called to say that she posted something about it's been 10 years or 13 years, and Anna would normally always say something. Okay, thank you.
Where did they work together?
At the Inn of Washington. That was Anna's. I think Anna's one of Anna's first jobs when she was here. So Carrie. And then in town, there's Adela, who works at the Melrose. He's been in touch with me several times today. There's a neighbor. She made good friends with the neighbor. I don't know who the neighbor is though. That's Winta is her name, but I don't have any numbers. And she hasn't spoken about it for several months, which is, I guess now I think about it, is odd. There's Alyssa Kirby. Peter Kirby lives in Marshfield, that's her brother, and Alyssa Kirby lives very nearby. When I called on Christmas Day, Alyssa was going to go over and check on the house. And that's an Anna call, and then Anna's like, settled down. But Alyssa has, she's like, I can go over to the house. So I said, everyone's already been to the house, Alyssa, thank you.
And these are DC contacts?
Alyssa is a DC contact, Adela is a DC contact, Carrie's in DC. The gentleman who sold us our townhouse, William Fasto, is in DC. And his office is very close by. When I called him, he's like, I just got back in from Idaho, but he immediately went over to take a look at the house. Adela did too.
Just so I have the dynamic right, you guys started in DC and you came up here?
Yeah.
The Boston opportunity, and then that kind of brought you back down? Or
DC? She was in DC. I was always involved. Like, you're going back, from the beginning of our relationship?
Yeah. Sure. How long, when did you guys meet and when did you guys get married?
Oh, right, yeah. So we met years ago at a place called the Wheatley. And then she went to DC for a job, and I was traveling, and then I called her in November 2011 to say, I'll be in DC, and then we met up, and we started going out again, and then in 2013 we lived together in DC. And then that wasn't working out, and I came up to Boston, and she quickly came back after. And then we were in Boston since then, and then she got this job in D.C., and she said, I'm going to go back to D.C. now if it works out. And I said, sure. And then but we were in Boston for 7 or 8 years together.
Do you have any, does she have any other phones, or is it just that one work phone, or like an Apple Watch, or anything?
She wanted to get an Apple Watch, and we were actually getting one. I don't know. I didn't see, she would have told me we talked a lot, so I don't think she was talking about getting another phone and an Apple Watch. I don't know if she got the Apple, the extra phone, but I was wondering if she had a second device as well. But she normally likes to just have one device. There have been times over our marriage where she's had 2 devices.
Is it, who's typically in charge of either the finances or the accounts?
Anna's very good at that. I like, we do it together, but when it comes to being on time paying the bills, she's much better at that stuff. So,
great.
With me, more, broader advisory, let's do this, let's spend money on that.
Sure.
But no, she is an operations expert. That's my
perfect. Logistics, that's her thing.
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay. How about, if you don't mind me asking, like overall, like financially, like everything good and in order, or
yes.
Are there any stressors, or you know?
Yes, yes, definitely. Hi, okay. Well, financially, in some ways, better than ever. This job was 3 times what she was making in Jack.
Oh wow.
That's why I think she did 315 this year.
Oh wow.
So that was huge for us.
Sure.
And then, yeah, definitely. So that's why we decided to do the deal. But I've been having legal problems for many years now. It's one of the reasons why I couldn't leave, because I'm dealing with that now. And it was supposed to be done a long time ago, and it wasn't. So we've been really depressed about that. And there is restitution that I get to pay, but we have the money, and we're just waiting to get a final resolution. So the stress was being a part and not being the authors of our own lives. I couldn't move when we had to. And then our mothers have both of their health was a bit difficult. So she had to go to Belgrade instead of coming here for 2 weeks.
Right.
And that was a hard hit. And then my mother, she needs a lot of assistance. She recently had cataracts, and she's had 3 cancer surgeries. So she's doing well. So thank you. Knock on wood.
Yeah.
But those were. Everything okay, Thomas? Okay. This is the long time, but yes, the biggest stress was not being together. Before, when I was dealing with it, we were together. It was fine. It was it was one of those, we were a magnificent team. We were able to get through anything together.
Right.
I was reading her a love note just the other day from 4 years ago about how we're able to blossom under such difficult circumstances. So
perfect. I appreciate you being so open.
Yeah.
Is it okay if I ask about?
Please ask any questions you'd like.
The legal stress?
Absolutely, yeah. So, do you have a specific question, or would you like
just a rundown of what?
Yeah, I misrepresented a Warhol piece. You could read about it in the papers.
You were an attorney?
Am I?
What's your representation?
No, I was.
I don't even know what you do. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Well, we have a chocolate. So I had some art, and I lost money on it, and I misrepresented it to another person, a gallery in LA.
Okay.
And then the FBI got involved, and I was arrested, and that occurred in 2018. So I've been dealing with that, and then I went to sentencing in October 8th of 2021, and everything was going to be fine.
Yep.
But the bank had called for the bank check, saying that some of the money had been returned, but none of the money that was in the bank check, and then things were postponed.
Okay.
And then things continue to be postponed, and that's, so I'm kind of locked down here at the house. Part of my sentence was home confinement, but it's gone over the 12 months because of things have not been resolved yet.
Okay.
And that's why I've been able to be in Massachusetts with, I'm sorry, in D.C. with my wife, and she's been doing this. So, but we were just the other day there was possible resolution for the whole thing. But obviously,
at the end of time.
That's what we're looking. But the prosecutor definitely. I will. Give me one moment. I'm going to make the note for you. But the prosecutor definitely was interested in more, and we saw a second opportunity at the Apple. So that's why things have taken a lot longer. And, but that's where we're at. And if there's any other information, you can. I'll give you my attorney's number. She can also tell you about it. She can probably explain the law better than I can. But I was I acknowledge I was out of integrity, and I'm thank you. And I'm dealing with the whole family. Unfortunately, is dealing with it because of my actions.
So, would I get a cap judgment?
No, it's but I just I want to
get a whole picture.
I don't want to hide anything from you because if that could lead to finding my wife sooner, that's the most important thing.
Right. Yeah. So I just.
But it's I do want to acknowledge extremely
stress or anything like that.
But it's extremely embarrassing for me to talk about. But I'm under these circumstances, it's worth it.
But we're not here to judge anyone.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Is there any? But please, if you have any other questions, please ask me. This is don't hold back.
You can't bear the silence.
She obviously has a passport, right?
Yes.
Is her passport still here?
No.
Is that something she normally carries with her for traveling, or?
Yeah, I would say yes, because what happened was she lost her ID at one point, and now she had to start carrying her passport. But now she always carries her passport. She brought, William does not have a passport. Thomas and Brian do.
Okay.
And when I got nervous about, not seeing her and stuff, I was like, hey, whoever is with the kids should have their passports. It's the only form of ID. Also, my mother wanted to open an account for Thomas, and so the only way to identify him properly.
Sure.
So she brought those passports here, and they're here now.
Okay. Is she on any medications?
No, not that I know of. She so for health, I'm out of shape, but she's in great shape. But she, we had a bit of a cancer scare last year, but they biopsied and said it was fine
on her side.
On her side, and but she kept saying that she felt that she was pale recently, and I said it's because she hasn't had a lot of rest. She'd be working hard and flying in, and then when she gets here, it's not restful. The kids are like, so I would give her some weekends off and say, hey, stay in D.C. I'll take care of the kids. You've got to get, because she's here the whole weekend and leaves early in the morning for work, and then now her work schedule really, when she got back, the work schedule really got very tight because she'd taken 2 weeks off.
Okay.
So we really didn't have any time for the holidays or anniversary, so it's sad.
So you're not aware of any medications. Any other health issues or anything coming up? The one biopsy?
No, nothing. I mean, it's very unlikely that she would hide something from me. Right. We really talk about everything, no, I can't think of that there'd be anything else.
Okay. Luggage wise, she probably has a full set of clothes in D.C.
Oh yeah, most of my clothing's in D.C. too. So the idea, she thought it was going to take a month or two to get there. It's taking a lot longer. So we had to buy stuff just to like everything. We keep having to buy new stuff
up here. Okay. So I assume she travels light.
Very light.
Okay.
Yeah. So one time she just brought her purse.
Yep.
And then this time she brought up my heavier coat because I was getting cold. She said, I'm going to bring. So she brought her little carry-on.
Okay. And you had a coat in DC, so she brought your coat up here?
Yeah, because I was wearing this light coat, and she said, come on, I'll bring it up. And I was like, all right.
That makes sense, sure.
But that means she has to bring more luggage, and I felt bad. She's like, don't buy a new coat, don't get cold and get sick. So.
Right. Can you describe the carry-on?
Absolutely, it's a Louis Vuitton carry-on.
It's like a big purse.
Well, I know it's the duffel bag, the Louis Vuitton duffel bag. Yeah. My mother actually, she wanted me to ask the Washington police if they saw that bag at the house, because if that bag was there, then she's definitely at that. She'd been to that house.
What color is it?
It's the brown, the classic, yeah.
With all shades.
Yeah, with the
first guy.
I mean, I had to become what my wife is.
Yeah. Any like memory issues?
Yeah, she has a terrible memory. We make fun of it since we've been together. Yeah, she's like, I said that's why she's always happy. She doesn't remember anything.
But I mean, so she's not losing like big gaps of the day, like.
No.
Like hours go
missing. Nothing.
Just classic, like what I have. I forget what I had for lunch.
Yeah. Oh well, yeah. I mean, she. But that's the joke it always made. It's like, well, I don't know. She was always. That was always the thing. Or even. Further back, I was the one who had the memory, like I say.
Okay.
But I told her it was good. I could repeat stories, so it'd be a fresh marriage forever. It was good.
I like that. Any substance abuse?
No. Anna basically drank nothing when she met me. She 33 more.
Okay.
And then we both with the kids and stuff pretty much shut it down. But New Year's Eve we did have some champagne and stuff like that.
That's completely reasonable.
But no, Anna's totally straight arrow always.
Do you have any sort of like family tracking on the apps? Like Find My iPhone,
I don't.
AirTags, anything like that?
So my mother just bought AirTags for us, and Anna had picked it up on Saturday. She said, "Can I have one?" I said, "Yeah, one of these is for you."
Sure.
But because things went so, those are her sunglasses. Where'd you find that? You forgot them. Okay. All right.
Squirrel.
But because she left early, we're going to do a lot of work for the new year and stuff, and she was going to be having an AirTag with her.
Okay.
My mother was like, "I'm going to have an AirTag." You know?
Yeah.
But they're right on my desk, all wrapped up and everything. And she's the one that like launches all of it. She's the one who puts stuff together. So
yeah.
So, and I would always just say, "Oh, okay, we'll wait till you come back." I was always waiting for her to come save us. Four guys over here.
That's what happens.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay, I should take these. No.
Those look expensive.
Yeah. Your mother's gonna get upset. Okay. Don't break them. Okay. All right.
Where did he find those?
I don't know. They must have been over here or something like that. I didn't notice them. I just noticed them. Okay. No swearing. Sorry for that. I thought he was saying truck for a while.
I heard truck. I'm on his side. I heard truck.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Wow. The kid dropped the F-bomb?
Did she bring the big duffel bag back with her? Have you seen it here?
I know, we haven't. So when you asked me what she might be wearing, her black coat, but it's a small coat.
Yep.
The hunter boots were gone, blue and gray, the duffel bag, and then the purse that she brought.
Okay.
A black purse, probably.
Okay. Do you have any cameras at the house?
Not like, this one. No.
Ring doorbell. I know it's a rental, but
no, we don't have any here.
Is the landlord or property owner or anything?
I don't think so. I haven't called Peter yet. I've been calling a lot of people, but haven't been ready to go to the next level again. But I don't think he's got. He might have something down by the garage. He might have some stuff down there.
Sure.
But I don't think he's got anything on his. I haven't seen any ring doorbells anywhere.
Okay.
Trust me, I looked.
Any cameras at the townhouse in D.C.?
There's she installed, we had the door, what's the, not ring, but what's the other one? Not our,
Blink. Yeah.
There's a lot of them now.
Ring, Blink, Arlo.
What's the one that has a thermostat too?
Nest.
The Nest. I think we had a Nest camera. But that would be on her phone. But when we were, I'm going to one moment. When we were at Jerusalem Road, we had 3, so I'd be out playing with the boys, and she'd call or she'd talk through it and stuff like that. So she's very good with that. Yeah. But no, I just not here. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Sheila, anything else?
I can't think of anything else that you haven't already explained. Appreciate it.
No, I appreciate it. No, I appreciate it. I know it's 7:30, and you guys are still here, so thank you for that.
Do you mind if I take a look at the camera roll? Maybe if she took your, if she took
the photos I have on this.
Yeah. Just if there's something that jumps out, you know what I mean?
Sometimes the kids get it, so sorry. But that's everything there. You can take a look. There's probably 1,000 photos.
Now I know how he sold the Andy Warhol picture. He just talked him into buying it. They bought it so he would shut up.
Glasses back, please. White glasses, please. Okay. You said it'd be okay if they ran around.
Yep.
That's fine. You just enjoy the happy meals.
Yeah. I always make the joke, I'm going to make it extra happy for you guys tonight. Yes, Thomas. Okay, well, please tell him not to. That's not... William, please. Oh, no. I would like to say, I don't know where you learned that from, but I'm pretty sure it was me. You're taking that, that's your brother's. You're gonna get very upset. Thank you. All right, can I have the glasses back, please? No. All right.
I'm not sure if it's S or F.
If you don't mind me asking, what kind of errands did you run on?
Yeah, on Friday.
Friday.
Yeah, basically, I just went down to see a friend of mine, Paul
CVS,
Fleming.
I mean,
we
CFS.
hadn't seen each other in a while,
Yep.
and then brought back some of the stuff for New Year's meal and things like that. And trying to think what else.
Where was that? Where did you meet him?
It was in Boston.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, in Kimball Square. What? Oh, great.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if you anytime you want to go through this, feel free.
Sure.
So
No,
weird, like my
it was-
whole life is like on this thing. I'd be like, here's my life. Go enjoy it.
Yeah, I just looked. I saw the photos from the DC area.
Oh, great.
Yeah, of your wife and the boys.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, the same. Yeah.
And that was Friday.
I'm trying to think. I also went to. I had some energy or banking stuff to do. So that was the other thing.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you mind if we just do a walkthrough of the house, just see if anything jumps out to us?
Yeah.
It's gonna be a fresh set of eyes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Let's do it.
So, is there anything else? Because I'll shut this off. Is there anything else that?
I think that's it. That's all. Yeah.
Brad, do you have any ideas? I know we covered a lot. I really appreciate you going.
Yeah. No. Of course. Absolutely.
Sometimes every little thing helps. You know.
I believe that. I honestly believe that.
You know, there's fields. Move the ball on and see if we can track something down. So,
Right.
all right. It is 7:31. I'm shutting off the recorder.
Sergeant, I have a few questions about that
What
interview.
did you just say?
How old were the children at this point in time?
Did you say shark?
2, 4, and 6.
And the oldest child, what was produced during that interview?
An iPad.
An iPad. And when it's heard the defendant saying 121212, what is going on at that point in time?
The child needed help unlocking the iPad, and the defendant assisted in punching in the code to unlock it.
Now, in addition, at some point in time, someone produced glasses. Who did that?
The middle child.
And directing your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit 6, file number 7214. Ms. Gilman, if we could have that. Sergeant, did you see the glasses there in that photograph?
Yes, there were ladies' glasses there in the black case underneath the mirror on the counter.
Now, after or during the interview, he showed you his phone. What did you look at on his phone?
Text message thread between him and Anna, and the camera roll.
And what did you see as far as travel arrangements?
There were screenshots of the JetBlue app that Anna had sent him for the flight from D.C. to Boston.
So at the end of the interview, there's mention of doing a walkthrough. What did you do next?
We concluded the interview and began the walkthrough.
Okay, and so what is a walkthrough, sir?
We just went throughout the house to see if anything jumped out or seemed important.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 8, 7115? So, sir, what part of the house was this?
This is the front of the house it's not the front door, but it's like the primary access door to the right.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 9, 7120? Now, where are you in the house at this point in time, sir?
If you go into that door from the last photo, you're in a hallway. If you look left in that hallway, this is the entryway into the kitchen and dining room, that open floor concept.
And Ms. Gilman, if we can have Exhibit 10, 7122. Where is this in the house, sir?
If you go in from that outside door and you look straight from the hallway, that's the first floor bathroom.
And what is inside the first floor bathroom besides the bathroom?
Washer and dryer.
Ms. Gilman, Exhibit 11, please, 7169. And I take it this is the washer and dryer inside that first floor bathroom?
Correct.
Could we have Exhibit 12, file number 7137? Where is this, sir?
If you come in that same door, that hallway, if you look right, there's a sunken-in family room.
And what is at the back end of the sunken-in family room?
There's a staircase that leads up to a single bedroom.
Could we have Exhibit 13, 7138? Where is this, sir, in the house?
Those are the stairs leading up to that single bedroom.
Exhibit 14, please, 7140. Now, where is this in the house, sir?
This is that single bedroom on that right side of the house.
What access does this bedroom have to the rest of the house besides going down those stairs to the sunken living room?
None.
Could we have the next exhibit, which is Exhibit 15, 7141? And where is this, sir?
This is the same bedroom.
Could we have Exhibit 16, 7152? What part of the home is this?
This is the sunken-in living room. This is the closet door beneath the staircase leading up to that single bedroom.
Did you have the opportunity to look inside that closet?
I did.
Could we have the next exhibit, Exhibit 17, 7153? Is this how the closet appeared, sir?
Yes.
Now, can we have Exhibit 18, 7165? Where is this, sir?
This is the hallway as you enter through that door. So that door would be to the left, bathrooms to the right, and then the kitchen dining room straight.
Could we have Exhibit 20, file number 7235? Now, what part of the home is this?
That door on the left is the front door. So this is, if you're looking away from the dining room, you'd be looking at the stairs upstairs to the main part of the house and the living room straight ahead.
What's at the far end of the living room?
A fireplace and a TV.
And if we could have the next exhibit 21, 7236. Where is this, sir?
That's a close-up look of the living room with the TV, the fireplace, and the bureau.
Exhibit 22, please, Ms. Gilman, file number 7237. What part of the home is this now?
Still right in the living room. It's the stairs leading upstairs to the main part of the second floor of the house, a view into the kitchen and the backyard.
Now, are there any other rooms by the kitchen?
To the left edge of this frame is a small office.
Could we have Exhibit 23, file number 7246? What is this, sir?
That's the small office.
And could we have Exhibit 24, 7288? Where is this in the home, sir?
That is the second floor bathroom.
And can you describe the second floor layout for us?
If you walk up the stairs to the second floor, the front door would be to your back. You enter a hallway. Straight ahead is a second floor bathroom. There's two bedrooms to your left, and there's a primary bedroom to the right that also has a bathroom in it.
Could we have Exhibit 25, which is file number 7298? What are we looking at now, sir?
If you were in that hallway coming up the stairs, if you look left, that would be the doors to the two bedrooms on your left.
Could we have Exhibit 26, file number 7301? Which room is this, sir?
This is the front left bedroom on the second floor.
And who is residing in this bedroom?
The defendant.
And, sir, what is in the drawer next to the bed?
Some sheetrock or drywall from the ceiling.
Drywall in the drawer.
Could we have the next exhibit 28? Well, actually, I'm sorry, 7301. Could we have 27, 7302? And, sir, where is this?
That same bedroom.
And then could we have exhibit 28, 7309? And what orientation is this, sir?
This is looking at the bedroom door from that same bedroom.
That's a big hole.
Your Honor, we would object for the reasons stated before.
Excuse me?
We object for the reasons stated before.
Overruled.
Thank you. Preserved.
And then I'd like to have Exhibit 29, if I may, Ms. Gilman, 7319. What is this, sir?
A hole in the ceiling in that bedroom.
Now, what is above the ceiling in that home?
An attic.
Did you go into the attic that night?
No.
Now, can we have Exhibit 30, 7320? What room is this, sir?
This is the second bedroom to the left in that hallway.
And could we have Exhibit 31, 7321? What is this, sir?
That same bedroom.
And who was residing in this bedroom?
The middle child.
And who was residing in the bedroom that was by the sunken living room?
The eldest child.
Could we have Exhibit 32, 7259? What room is this, sir?
This is the bedroom to the right, the primary bedroom.
And with this primary bedroom, what was it attached to as far as a bathroom?
There was an attached bathroom.
Could we have Exhibit 33, 7269? What is this, sir?
That's the attached bathroom.
And could we have Exhibit 34, 7335? Bless you. What's this, sir?
If you're standing in the kitchen looking towards the front of the house, this is the basement door.
And what was on this door as far as child safety locks?
Up top was like a child safety device.
Could we have Exhibit 35, 7336? Where is this, sir?
That's the doorway from the last photo looking down into the basement.
Could we have Exhibit 36, 7340? Where is this, sir?
If you go down those steps and you look right, this is the view of the basement.
And could we have Exhibit 37, which is file 7343? And where is this?
If you go down those steps and look left, this is the view of the basement.
And then could we have Exhibit 38, 7557? Where is this?
Those are the basement steps.
Now, what access did the basement have as far as to the outside of the home?
If you come down those stairs and look right, there's a outside door that leads to the left side of the house.
Did you have the opportunity on January 4th to do any examination outside the home?
Yes.
Could we have Exhibit 39, file number 7077? Where's this in relation to the house, sir?
This is the left side of the house, so that basement door would be just off frame to the right.
And there's a fence there, sir. What's the fence around?
That's leading into the backyard and the in-ground pool.
Could we have Exhibit 40, 7080? And what is this?
View looking into the backyard.
What condition was the pool that night when you were there on January 4th?
It was full of water. The water was dark green and cloudy. It was unseasonably warm that night, and so no ice or anything. And there was no pool cover on it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
There's no pool cover on it.
Open with three little kids.
Could we have Exhibit 41, 7084? Now, where are we in the house, sir?
You're within the fenced-in portion of the backyard, looking at the pool.
And how is the pool different in this photograph than when you were there that night?
It's drained in this photo.
What is, sir, in the left-hand corner, what is that part of the house?
Shed.
Could we have Exhibit 42, 7091? And where is this?
This is in the backyard, a view of the back of the house.
And Exhibit 43, 7092? What about this part, sir?
This is the back left corner, if you're looking at the back of the house.
And, sir, did you have the opportunity to look at that shed as well?
I did.
Could we have Exhibit 44, 7097? And did you go inside the shed?
I did.
Could we have Exhibit 45, 7390.
There are 52 pictures in this batch.
And where's this?
Get close.
That's a view inside the shed.
Okay, we've got another
Got
siren.
a siren going by, sir. I'm gonna let it go. Sir, did you find anything that night when you were there on January 4th?
No.
And did you have the opportunity to look at any vehicles that night while you were there on January 4th?
Yes.
What vehicle did you look at?
Volvo XC90.
Could we have Exhibit 46, file number 7057? What is this, sir?
That's the Volvo XC90.
And, sir, if I'm going to just ask if you can keep your voice up, did you have the opportunity to look inside the Volvo?
I did.
What did you see inside the Volvo that night?
I noticed the trunk portion of the SUV was lined with plastic sheeting that was folded.
And anything else inside the Volvo?
In the trunk, I noticed like a maple seedling, like it looks like a V they spin when they fall from the trees.
Now, how long did it take to do this walk around?
About 30 minutes.
And what did you do after the walk around?
I returned to the Cohasset Police Station.
And what did you do when you went back to the station?
Furthered the investigation.
How so?
I checked for any international flights, if Anna had taken any, by putting a flag on her passport.
Yes, sir.
I reached out to the Metro D.C. police to do a walkthrough of the townhouse down in D.C.
Yes, sir.
And I called Anna's sister.
Now, after doing those things, did you ever have the opportunity to return back to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes, that evening.
And why'd you return back to the home?
I brought the fire department back to the house to investigate the pool.
And so, how did you do that, sir?
The fire department brought high-powered floodlights and a pike pole to scrape the pool to see if there's anything inside.
And what did you see happen when they did that?
They found a pool skimmer at the bottom, and then they used that pool skimmer, because it was wider than the pike pole, to scrape the bottom of the pool.
And was anything recovered?
No.
And about how long was this? Did it take to do this checking of the pool?
15 minutes.
And after you did that, what did you do next?
Returned back to the police station.
But what time do you think you got back to the police station?
10:30 or so.
And so, did you do anything further on January 4th?
Would have reviewed the notes I had thus far.
Okay. And then, what's next in the investigation?
I spoke to Jem the following day.
Okay. So now we're on January 5th.
Yes.
Okay. So walk us through January 5th as far as what you did as the investigation to find Anna Walsh.
I began contacting friends and family, gathering more background information. I created a missing persons bulletin, and I disseminated that to the department internally. I believe it went out on our social media. I sent it to the Mass Fusion Center, the Mass Crime Net, and the South Shore Detectives as a shared distribution list.
And may we have Exhibit 47, the poster? So, sir, this is the poster that you circulated?
Yes.
And I want to ask you about some of the places that you circulated it. You can take it down now, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. You said Fusion? What's that?
The Massachusetts Fusion Center. It's a information sharing system for law enforcement.
And besides them, what other organizations did you share it with?
Mass Crime Net. It's a distribution list for detectives and investigators.
And then, was there a third?
South Shore Detectives.
And so I take it that's just the police departments in the South Shore?
Correct.
All right. So you've circulated the flyer. It's January 5th. Now what are you doing?
I began checking for financial records to see if there are any recent transactions. The phone was pinged the night prior, and we were reviewing the phone location data that day.
Okay. And so you're reviewing phone location data, and in addition to that, do you do anything as far as searching the area that day?
A canine track was conducted a area search with a canine was conducted in the house.
Can you tell us?
The rear of the house, excuse me.
The rear of the house. All right, so what's the rear of the house like at 516?
It's wooded. If you go through the woods straight back behind the house, you'll reach another neighborhood.
About how far is it between the two neighborhoods?
Less than a quarter mile.
And how is this area search conducted? You said a canine, but what's that entail?
A canine handler and the dog will do a scent search to see if there's any odors that jump out to the dog, if there's any indication.
Who is the canine handler that worked on this?
Sergeant Reardon.
And what department is he affiliated with?
Cohasset.
And so was anyone else involved in the search at this point in time?
No.
So after the canine search is done, what else do you do on this case, on the 5th?
We checked for any Amtrak travel. We had troopers from that are assigned to the Logan Airport check each ticketing agency to see if there's any travel for Anna.
And what did you do as far as checking in with any cab companies or anything like that?
I began calling cab companies from Quincy to Plymouth.
Any other ride shares that you checked on?
We checked with Lyft and Uber to see if there were any pickups in that area of town.
And besides checking with the troopers at Logan Airport and cab companies and ride shares, what else did you do on the 5th?
We requested additional resources.
And who did you request for additional resources from?
My supervisor reached out to the Norfolk County, the troopers assigned to the Norfolk County DA's office.
Who was your supervisor?
And did you have the opportunity to meet with any of those troopers on January 5th?
Yes.
About what time did you meet with the troopers on January 5th?
About 5 p.m.
Where did you meet with them?
Cohasset Police Station.
And who did you meet with?
Trooper Chico and Sergeant Buchanan.
And what did you do when you met with the troopers on the 5th?
I brought them up to speed on the investigation thus far, and we listened to the audio recording of that first interview.
After that was done, did you do anything else besides just reviewing the recording with the troopers?
We went to the house.
About what time do you think you got to the house?
8:30.
And who went to the house?
Myself, Sergeant Hunt, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, Trooper Chico, and Sergeant Buchanan.
Who is Sergeant Hunt?
Cohasset Police Sergeant. He's now retired.
And who is Detective Lieutenant Lopes?
My supervisor.
And the other two were the state troopers?
Correct.
And so who was present at 516 CJC when you arrived on January 5th?
The nanny, Robin Howe, was leaving as we arrived. Present was the defendant, his mother, and his 3 children.
And so what did you do that night as far as dealing with the defendant?
I conducted a second interview.
And who participated with the second interview?
Myself, Sergeant Hunt, Trooper DeChico, and the defendant.
And where did this interview take place?
That same dining room table.
Where was Detective Lieutenant Lopes and Sergeant Buchanan?
They were in the living room on the other side of the staircase.
And who was with them?
The defendant's mother.
And what access did people have to? What access did you have to the living room?
It's an open floor concept, so the only barrier in between those 2 rooms was the staircase.
Now,
we'll probably
Your Honor,
break
may I have a
for
moment?
lunch before
You
we
may.
play
Thank you, Your
this,
Honor.
I'm thinking. Unless it's short. I don't think it's short.
that interview on January 5th, was it recorded?
It was.
And have you reviewed that interview?
I have.
And does it fairly and accurately depict the interview you had with the defendant that night and Sergeant Hunt and Trooper Chico?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to enter a drive with the interview from January 5th as the next exhibit, which would be, I believe, 54.
Subject to the earlier objections, any new objections? It'll be marked and admitted as Exhibit 54.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I have it as 50.
I have it as 55. Well, it's 54. We'll have to fix that.
Thank you.
You going to play it right now, or?
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we play Exhibit 54?
You may.
Thank you.
Here we go.
Ms. Gilman, could you play the interview from January 5th? Thank you.
The reporter is on. It is 1956, January 5th, 2023. We are at your home. We're at 516 CJC Highway. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective with Cohasset Police. Present is Trooper
Chico, I'm a assignment at Northwest DA's office. My name is spelled B-I-C-I-C.
and Sergeant Garrett is the Cohasset.
Brian.
Beautiful. So I'd just like to circle back to. I'd like to circle back to last weekend. So could you start me with in the morning? So when you woke up, I remember when we talked, I was just going back to my notes and taking everything up. When we talked, I had up until Anna left. Could you fill me in starting from when you woke up on the first, so Sunday morning?
Oh yeah, definitely. Baby Brian normally gets out of there for 7 or around 7ish. So when it's about light, and then I get up, and then sorry. And then I get the day going. I'm supposed to change William and Brian in the morning.
Yep.
I didn't. I'm 50-50 on 100%. So we went down and I made French toast for when there were days off. I made French toast and so I made French toast. I was expecting to see my mother and later. So the kids and I played with all the new gifts and things that we had at the house. And then Robin showed up at 2. And then I had to go out to get or low and orange juice and milk and things like that. So I went to Shaw's, and then I went to then I got off a bit late to go see my mother, and then we went to Whole Foods and CVS, and then I came back, and that was pretty much the whole day.
Okay.
Before that, I listened to your interview with Detective Schmidt, and you said that, I think you said at the beginning that Brian had woken you at about 6 when she was leaving.
She kisses me goodbye normally. Yeah.
So you did wake up and you didn't.
I knew, yeah. I didn't get out of bed or anything. She just said bye and I went back to sleep.
Okay, no other conversation?
That's pretty much what I had to go to. We've gotten into a routine. I used to get up with her, and then I would be too blown up for the kids. So.
Okay, and then but your son also saw Anna before you left.
Yeah, when I came down, I said, "Sorry, Mom, I had to go early," and he said, "I got to find him."
So this is like he was about 7 years old.
Yeah, I came down at 7. He was on the couch playing with his iPad.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's
to clear that because it wasn't kind of completely.
No, I understand. Nothing's clear anymore.
Can you talk about what she was wearing? Like when she left, if you remember?
I'm sorry. I really
counting those sirens are outside the courtroom.
She had her dress on. Her underwear. I guess the stuff was down here. Sometimes she keeps it under her arm. Sometimes because she's getting herself ready in her underwear normally. So I don't. I mean, but I know she always got a black dress normally or something on. That's her standby, or she has one of her flowery dresses. But I don't know what she was wearing that day. I do know that she wore. She had to have worn her short black coat because I was listening. She wore her hunters, which is odd. Normally she wears fancier shoes to leave.
And what color are the boots again?
They're blue gray or something like that.
And the pocketbooks, stuff like that?
Yeah, she had a Louis Vuitton bag,
Yeah.
and then she had her black bag. I think it was Prada as well. But she has like 5 or 6 Prada bags.
5 or 6 products.
Like that hasn't turned up in the
No,
house here.
the only thing that turned up was when you were here last night at Tiffany sunglasses.
Sunglasses.
Yeah, she did not take that.
And were you able to track down where she left those, or where?
Where she left her sunglasses?
It was Thomas that found them, right? No, William.
Ryan, I thought. Brian was playing with them. Maybe Thomas found them. I think they were right there because they go in there and start like taking stuff. So.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry if I sidetracked.
No.
Has anything like this ever happened before?
You know, no, it's totally, this is not a normal thing at all. And the reason why I didn't call sooner, one was that when she leaves, if she was coming here and she was 5 minutes late, I would freak out. And the week before, she was late for Christmas because she, as I said, she worked late for December 24th.
Yeah.
So I was like, are you coming? You're missing. I emailed her and I called people and she's like, hey, I missed the flight. It was canceled. I'm driving up. So I didn't have the phone and she wasn't coming, so I held off. And then I should have called work on Tuesday, not Wednesday. I don't know.
Go ahead. Sorry. So going back to Sunday, you didn't have your phone for the duration of Sunday, is that correct?
I didn't have. I have the phone was with. I think it was in bed the whole time.
Okay.
Because Thomas found it. Robin took the name he just met was up there, and then Thomas. I guess they went into the garbage to look for it because I guess Big Brian had thrown on his phone away a while ago in the garbage. So they were out in the garbage, and then they came back, and Thomas went upstairs to play with William, and then brought the phone down. And I think Robin was there, so and then he got a drawing from my mother. So and that's when I called. When I got my phone back, called me. And that's when things I got. You know, normally now you can call. It's been a while. You've had some rest. I don't know what's going on.
Right.
So I didn't. She didn't give me the exact what was going on with the emergency. Normally she updates me. She's had several emergencies at the FBI storm crossing at one point. That was her building. Huge leaks in Mazda or TJ Maxx was going to leave, and then there was disgruntled resident that she was dealing with. So anytime she had one of these big, she debriefs me on it pretty quick.
Yeah. Okay. So then, when was it that you got your phone back?
I called on at like 2:30 or 3:30 on Monday.
Okay.
So it was a Monday.
What kind of car did he have again with the liner in the back?
You said 2:30 to 3:30?
So yeah, I think it was 2:33 because at the moment I got it, I called.
2:33. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So then, going back to the morning of the 1st, so you do French toast.
French
you
toast.
run some errands, OJ and milk.
Yeah, that was later in the afternoon. And during the morning it was the French toast, and then we played with a bunch of toys from Christmas. They were going to watch a movie and things like that. So.
Okay. So then you went to see your mother?
Yeah, after so I left her around here 4.
Did you take the boys and go?
No. They stayed with Robin.
They stayed with Robin.
Yeah,
okay.
they stayed with Robin. But I was considering if Anna was here, maybe we were all gone, and I was gone, and then some of the things changed, switched up. But we had Robin scheduled for.
Okay. So what vehicle did you drive up?
Did I drive up?
Yeah.
No, I drove.
Oh, okay. Where's that now, if you don't mind me asking?
It's, so a bunch of people have come to visit and support, so I couldn't get in, so I parked right out there, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And then, so, the pickup truck, who's that then?
That belongs to Rob.
Okay, and then so, the red truck?
That belongs to my mother.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then we have other cars in here, and then the press, so.
Okay, very good.
According to the defense, at this point,
so how long were you visiting with your
he's
mom?
already disposed of
A
the
few
body,
hours.
and he knows it.
And what is she? It's the Swampscott.
Yeah, yeah.
Excuse me, address.
330 Paradise Road. What was that? Well, I'm doing something.
Okay.
So, sounds like Anna had a really stressful job.
That's a trend. Some people are calling.
Yeah, I bet. Sounds like Anna had a really stressful job.
So, just to be clear, her experience was that she was over her head. As I said, it was huge. It was the job of her dreams, and she'd done like 2 or 3 times the money that she had been making before.
Yeah.
And she was worried to a certain extent that she was over her head, and she kept talking about that. And then being away from the family was very difficult too.
Yeah, that's a lot. And what did she do prior to this job?
She worked for Jan, who was here on New Year's Eve.
But what did she do?
Yeah, she was his, so he runs a real estate company, and she was the operations officer.
So it's just a similar job, just larger scale, more money.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's a way larger scale.
Yeah.
Like multi-billion-dollar company. And, it was a lot. It was overwhelming. It was unbelievably overwhelming.
I know that in the previous conversation we had with Detective Spence last night, you mentioned that the distance, the issues that you were having on your end,
Yeah.
this job, you caused some depression between you guys.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, I'm just going to ask, pointed question there, has she ever talked about suicide?
No. She never ever said that. She talked to Jem for an hour and a half. I know you spoke to her about how the year has been and how she was really unhappy about the trial and things taking, or the court case taking longer and us not being able to be together. And she kept saying I could come back, and then she's like, well, I can only have 100,000 a smaller job. And I was like, no, we've made these huge sacrifices for you to be there at the townhouse. We'll stick it out. She was going to see a psychiatrist. It was the first time she brought that up. But I spoke to Jim about it today. He's spoken to me 8 times today, and he basically said, hey, it's fine. It doesn't mean there was any problem. I mean, she had a problem, and she should do it in a healthy way. So that was his experience.
Okay. So no past thought of it, no past attempts of it?
No
past like that?
No.
Is the marriage okay? Have you guys talked about separating or?
No, not at all. I mean, we've been separate, so it's been sad for us. We love spending time together, and think about when the kids grow up, what time we have together. So during the pandemic, with all the family time, it was best for us. It just wasn't like that. We really enjoyed each other's company. So, a friend, my mother was like, what do you think about Anna? And we're good groups of friends. It looks like they really enjoy each other's company. I keep bringing that up to her all the time, but that wasn't. That was the problem. Also, I mean, it's just the idea of separation for her who comes from like a family that her mother and father were for 47 years, and for me, coming from a divorce family, not enjoying what that was like, it just really wasn't. I mean, I don't think so. At least for me, that was my experience. And maybe she wasn't telling us something. It was always that possible. But for me, I just couldn't imagine it.
You mentioned that in the past, years ago, you lived together in D.C., right?
We lived together, yeah, for a year.
And then there was some problems, like I think 2013, and you came here.
Yeah, I came back to Boston. I was like, DC's not working. And then she, a few months later, she basically said, okay, she came to Boston.
So that was just in like D.C.?
Yeah, I mean, it was, I guess, no, that's not a fair statement. It wasn't that I didn't like DC, just, it was, maybe I wasn't ready for such a serious relationship at the time, and I was uncomfortable in a new town. So obviously there was more layers to it, and I wasn't used to what a relationship meant, and I was just a solo operator, and now I wasn't, and that was difficult for me. I struggled with that, so I think that was it. And then Anna realized that it might be that she wanted to be with me, and then being in Boston was fine. So, and then things.
Ms. Gilman, could you pause, please?
Somebody's raised
For the record, Your Honor, this has been paused at 14 minutes and 33 seconds on the media player.
All right, great.
It's 1 o'clock.
We're going to take our lunch break, and we'll be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
All right, please. Close your notebooks. Leave on the chair.
Right, so the defendant's still in talker mode for interview number 2 with the state police present, going over some more details, explaining little things they have questions about. Where's the car? They're going to find out that the liner's not there in the car anymore. Where were the glasses found? Who found them? We've got a who's who of big name brands that are being dropped here, and I'm trying to keep track of it through the trial. McDonald's, Lowe's, Home Depot, Porsche, Verizon, T-Mobile, Uber, Lyft, Glossy Nails, I think that's a local one, Louis Vuitton, Mazda, Apple, Ring, Blink, Arlo, Nest, Volvo, Prada, and Tiffany so far. If there are any I missed, let me know.
All right, anybody need anything before the lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
She just up and left. She just up and left. She gone. She gone. There we go. So we're going to go to lunch as well. We get an hour for lunch. We're coming back at 2. I've already got the thumbnail up for... Did I get Home Goods? No, I'll add that. Thank you, DMB. I appreciate that. Did you guys hear Home Depot? I heard Home Depot, but I know Lowe's is in there. So... All right. Her gym. I didn't hear the gym's name. We do have a portal. Yes, portal set up. We're going to go portal to the afternoon session. It's a late lunch, but you get a full hour to get all your food, your exercise in if you need to. Or a little nap even. You might get a little bit of shut-eye during the break. Let's see. I got a call here. 1 second.
Call from
Mr. Ayden.
Ivan, my friend, live on the air. How are you doing?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Oh, we're just loving this new trial. It's got a little bit of everything in it.
Yeah, I'm trying to catch up and peek in on that a little bit. How's your weekend, man?
Well, the kids are still recovering the last bit. They've still got a little bit of cough left. Everybody got the flu. So
okay, I was gonna ask if everybody's healthy or whatnot. I know you had some wounded soldiers over the weekend.
Aside from basically running to the store and buying out all the ibuprofen, Tylenol, and cough drops that they have, we pretty much just hunkered down and done nothing.
Never have enough drugs. You know, that's what I always say.
We'll say that carefully in context.
Yeah, of course. You know, everything over the counter, everything on the up and up.
Yeah.
So you had did you have a good bird, or what did you have for a meal?
Yeah, did the turkey, potatoes, gravy, all the fixing stuff in. Made it all myself. None of the family really had an appetite, so they ate the rolls, the King's Hawaiian rolls.
For turkey, man. Birds kind of freak me out. It's a weird thing to eat to me, but I always go for the ham. I mean, I'll make turkey because it's, you got to be almost half dense to screw up turkey, but it's easy enough to make. But I'm more of a ham guy on Thanksgiving.
Oh, that's awesome. We're gonna do ham on Christmas.
What's that?
We're doing a Christmas ham. That's our idea.
Oh, see, around the Victor Estate, we do duck.
Duck.
Yeah, we do some duck and we do some lamb on Christmas.
See, I'm okay with a turkey, but I don't eat duck. Maybe because I throw bread to ducks at the park, and it just seems wrong to stick them in the oven.
If you go out and shoot yourself a duck and you have that thing in the crock pot by the afternoon, you'll never have anything better than that on a Sunday, I tell you that. But No, I like, we do lamb on Christmas, lamb and duck.
That's awesome. On this
Well,
trial, oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I was going to say, this is a wild trial. Did you hear the Google searches that Brian did?
The what now?
The Google.
I missed some specific Google searches.
Oh yeah, like hacksaw, best tool for dismembering. He went to Home Depot and he only bought the murder item, or it was Lowe's. He only bought the murder items, like no cover items at all. He didn't mix in, a little bit of, I don't know, lumber or something just to throw him off. No plumbing supplies. It was straight, just Tyvek.
All right. I'd love to sit back on my ivory tower and criticize people's Google searches. But let me tell you, man, like, I'm doing my best these days to not be a hypocrite. And I don't ever want to be judged by the randomness and who knows what of my own Google searches. So I just have to step outside my glass house on this one.
I'll tell you, I just don't look. I don't want to, because I don't want to have to explain what it was, what court case we were watching when I decided to search something to make, like I hear a word and like, what's that? Well, I shouldn't have searched for that.
Well, no, see, when the first wave of, people getting themselves busted by their Google searches sort of happened, that whole era of smartphones, I had been known to randomly just start Googling nonsense when I was on some of my escapades. But I mean, pure nonsense, like things that just don't even add up in any realm of reality. And just because you never know. If that did get drawn in, you're going to ask me to explain myself with these Google searches, but not these. So, like, if it's just all nonsense, you can't really be pinned against the wall for anything. That's my strategy, I think. But
tell me how it goes. Let me know.
Well, hypothetically, of course.
Right, of course.
Yeah. But all right. Well, I'm going to let you fly. Just wanted to check in with everybody. Hope everybody had a nice time with family, friends, or by themselves, or however they did it.
Awesome. Appreciate it, Evan. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, you too, man. What you going for Christmas?
Well, most of the Christmas shopping is done. I've got one more thing to buy for Mrs. R.A.
How is the kid? How's the grandkid in the oven doing?
As far as we know, great. We've got some ultrasound pictures, and that's about it. So, the big photos come after. But looking.
Did you decide if the name is going to be Ivan or Ivanka?
It's more towards the Ivanka side, but they didn't go with that one.
Okay.
So.
Either or, not big.
Awesome. Ivan, I got to let you go. We've got people going to go to lunch. We'll see you. So he's gone. He hung up. If the kid's not being named after him, he's out of here. All right. We are going to lunch. We'll be back in just a little bit. No, Greeners. That's wrong. I'm looking for my outro music is what I'm doing. There we go. Are your kids all done? Mrs. R.A., my wife is incredible. We sat down, we hammered this one out. I'm a big fan of buying local, but when it comes to Christmas, I will not fight the stores. I will not do the Black Friday thing anymore. The internet is a godsend for that. So Christmas, we order online and it all arrives on Wednesday. Like everything. We're going to have like a truck just backing up like beep, beep, beep. The guy's going to be offloading. The lift gate's going to be going up and down. That's going to be Christmas delivery. And with our luck, everything comes in the box that was packaged in with a picture on the outside. We're going to be like holding up blankets the kids can't see. It's going to be nuts. It's going to be nuts. All right, we're going to go to lunch. We'll see you guys at 2 o'clock. We've got a portal set up, so just sit right there, hold tight, grab the hand of your portal buddy, and you'll make the jump, make it to the afternoon session. We'd love for you to stay around and bring a friend and watch the afternoon session with us. We finish out day 1 of the Brian Walshe trial in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again with the Only Fan in about 50 minutes. 50 minutes. So we'll be there a little bit early. If you get here right at 2 o'clock, the judge will be going then. I'll change the time, so we'll start in about 40 minutes if that works. So have yourselves a great lunch. If you already leftovers, save some for me. Mine are all gone. We're out of Thanksgiving leftovers, which means I have to make some food. Usually I get just a couple days of leftovers. So, all right, you guys have a great lunch. We'll see you afterwards. Bye-bye.